I call this meeting of the Northeast Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551. This board, and the time is 5:31. This board will now adjourn into executive session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Section 551.071, private consultation with the board's attorney. 551.072, discussing purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. 551.074, to discuss personnel or to hear complaints against personnel. 551.076, discussion regarding security devices or security audits. And the time is 5:31. The board will now convene an open session, and the time is 6:24 p.m. On behalf of the trustees, I'd like to welcome you to this evening's meeting of the Northeast ISD School Board. This is a business meeting of the board held in public. We appreciate your attendance and request your respectful attention. We welcome your comments during matters from the floor section of the agenda. If you signed up to speak on address a specific action agenda item, you'll be called at that time. We want to emphasize that this is a business meeting of the board, and while those in attendance may disagree about issues, it's our expectation that everyone will conduct themselves in a respectful and professional manner. I'd also like to remind you that the mission of Northeast is to challenge and encourage each student to achieve and demonstrate academic excellence, technical skills, and responsible citizenship. Item number 5, Invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. A, Harris Middle School Principal Yolanda Whitaker.
Good evening, Mr. President, esteemed members of the board, Dr. Micah, NEISD executive staff, and honored guests. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I am Yolanda Whitaker, the proud principal of Harris Middle School, and it is an honor to address this group of leaders who are deeply committed to the success of our students, schools, and community. I'd like to take a moment to recognize our incredible school board. On behalf of Harris Middle School, thank you for all that you do to support our students, staff, and families. We'd also like to extend a heartfelt thank you for your support during our Purple Up for military children. Your commitment to recognizing and honoring the sacrifices of our military families is appreciated. Next, I'd like to introduce 2 outstanding junior ROTC cadet students who will be leading us in the invocation and pledge tonight. Leading the invocation is Kaylin Cloud, an 8th grade student who truly represents Harris Middle School and shows what it is like to soar as a hawk. Kaylin has been an A honor roll student throughout her middle school years. She's a talented athlete participating in basketball and cross country. Kaylin is also a gifted musician who is a regional orchestra member, an NJHS member, National Junior Honor Society, and a leader in our cadet class. She is joined tonight by her proud family, her mom, Miss Avery Funk, and her grandmother, Miss Taffin Lampus. Will you all please stand and be recognized? And little sister, I didn't get her name, I'm sorry. Well, I'll recognize her too. All right, leading the pledges is Brooklyn Cabillo, a 6th grade student who exemplifies excellence and creativity in everything she does. Brooklyn is an A and B honor roll student. She's an accomplished musician and plays the violin and guitar. Brooklyn is also engaged in club soccer for SA, SAT, and Lone Star. She is a current and uprising leader in cadet class. Brooklyn is accompanied tonight by her proud parents, Mr. Roy Cubio and Mrs. Erica Cubio, and her brother Cash Cubio. Will you please stand and be recognized? These 2 students, Kaylin and Brooklyn, embody the excellence, leadership, and spirit of Harris Middle School. We are so proud of them and honored to have them represent our campus tonight. At Harris, we believe in fostering a culture of excellence where every student can thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. We live by the principles of SOAR, show up, own it, accomplish it, and resolve it. And Kaylin and Brooklyn are shining examples of what it means to soar. Our staff has worked tirelessly to ensure our students to not only meet their goals, but exceed them, demonstrating the resilience and determination that our district is as a shining example of public education. Thank you again for your dedication and providing the resources that enable us to fulfill our mission. We thank you, Board. Now for Caitlin.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for letting me open tonight's meeting with this invocation. I just want to start off by saying I'm really grateful to be a student at Harris Middle School, a place that challenges me, supports me, and has helped me grow in so many different ways. Over the past few months, I've had the opportunity to be involved in a lot of the things I truly love. As Ms. Whitaker has mentioned, I've played basketball and ran cross country for our school teams. I've been blessed to make all A's throughout 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. I've been a part of the regional orchestra every year since 6th grade, and I'm a member of the National Juniors Honor Society. I also help lead our Harris Bible Study Group. I play AAU club basketball outside of school, and I'm a leader in my cadet class. None of this would be possible without the amazing teachers, staff, and leaders who create opportunities for us and push us to be our very best. I also want to thank my mom for all of her love and support throughout all my endeavors. As we begin this meeting, I just want to ask for guidance and wisdom for each of you. The decisions you make impact all of us, our learning, our future, and our confidence within ourselves. Please continue to lead with care, courage, and a heart for students. Thank you, and God bless.
And Brooklyn will be leading us in the pledge.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. You may be seated.
Caitlin and Brooklyn, if you all want to come up to the front, take a picture with Miss Landry and Dr. Micah. And Miss Whitaker, you can join them as well, please. And parents, we're taking a couple of pictures for the NEISD media, but if you want to take a picture while they're up there as well, that's fine too. Thank you all for being here. Kayla, Brooklyn, thank you. Appreciate y'all being here to give us the invocation and pledge. I know you're both busy kids, and if you are welcome to stay, but you do not have to. So you can leave if you want to. Thank you all. All right, item 6, recognitions, and just letting everybody know we have quite a few tonight. So this is the chance that we get to recognize all the kids that are doing the great things in our district. So, but prior to that, we have item A, President's Comments and Acknowledgement of Special Calendar Events. Between now and our next regular board meeting, we've got a handful of days and weeks to recognize. So next week, April 21st through 25th, is Public School Volunteer Week. Thank you to all the thousands of volunteers that help us through our schools every day. April 22nd, also next week, is School Bus Driver Appreciation Day. April 23rd, Administrative Professionals Day. May 1st, School Principal Day. May 5th through 9th is National Teacher Appreciation Week. And May 6th through 12th is National School Nurse Week. So you keep tabs on our social media and our website, and those are usually posted so you can remember to thank the appropriate people at those times. All right, item B. Read to the Final Four, Royal Ridge Elementary. Mr. Jarrett.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, executive staff, and guests. I'd like to ask Dr. April Muskies to come forward for this acknowledgement.
Good evening. It is an honor to begin tonight's recognitions with our first student group. As the excitement of the NCAA Men's Final Four took over San Antonio, Royal Ridge Elementary celebrated its own championship moment of Read to the Final Four literacy program. In San Antonio, more than 26,000 third grade students from 306 schools participated in the men's Final Four Reading Challenge, and Royal Ridge emerged as one of the top schools, earning 4th place in the competition. Royal Ridge has earned a $1,000 grant to enhance its library thanks to their hard work and dedication. Royal Ridge third graders also earned a trip to Read to the Final Four Fan Fest, where they enjoyed games, treats, and prizes. Most importantly, they learned the value of collaboration and developed a lasting passion for reading. This achievement reflects the leadership of Royal Ridge's librarian, Sunny Cumrine, whose inspiration encouraged students and staff to take on the challenge with enthusiasm and teamwork. We are incredibly proud of Sunny, the third grade students, and the entire Royal Ridge community for this remarkable accomplishment. Their dedication to reading has set them on the path for future success. At this time, I'd like to recognize Sunny Crumrine, the students, Principal Jacob Collazo, and the staff of Royal Ridge Elementary for their outstanding achievement. Congratulations to our top 3 readers. Edwin Rios. Paul Valdez. And Easton Sharp. Thank you for your hard work and commitment to reading.
Congratulations to Royal Ridge and our top 3 readers. Good to see that. Saw some pictures down at that convention center when they were down there with the rest of the group, and it was great to see that. So thank you very much. Congratulations. Item C, 2025 First Robotics World Championship Qualifiers, STEM Legacy High School. Mr. Jarrett.
I would like to ask Mr. Phil Steiner to come forward for this recognition, please.
Good evening. Thank you. The Lee ISA STEM First Robotics competition team took the FRC state competition by storm, showcasing innovation, strategy, and determination. With precision and teamwork, they consistently outscored their opponents with their robot's versatility, allowing it to maneuver quickly and efficiently across the field, expertly collecting and positioning pieces during each match. This outstanding performance earned them a spot as Alliance 3 in the state semifinals, a milestone the team hasn't reached since 2019. Their success was made possible through the incredible support of their families, mentors, administrators, and dedicated coaches. The belief that they had in each of the students fueled their drive to push the boundaries of what anyone imagined possible. We're proud to announce that Team 5572, also known as the Rossbots, are headed to the FRC World Championships this weekend in Houston, Texas. They've been hard at work refining their skills, growing in their commitment to gracious professionalism, and preparing to collaborate and compete with teams from across the globe. They can't wait to represent their schools and the Northeast ISD community at the world stage. At this time, we'd like to recognize the students and their mentors for their achievements, beginning with the coaches and mentors. Coaches Giovanni Neri, Angelica Garza, Francisco Casillas, and mentors Alec Resnick, Owen Flatman, Lynn Ann Russell Rusinski, and Wilson Watson. Next, we have our incredible students, and it's a long list, so get ready. Beginning with current seniors, starting with Lauren DeHart, Diego Fernandez, Abram Harris, Aiden Royston, Miguel Smiley, Dane Taruya, Gael Valdez, Baron Broom, Caden Cruz, Olivia Granados, Sofia Ramos Para, Sebastian Rodriguez, Luis Romero, Mirab Shahid, Madison Smith, Nathan Stone, Liki Yanamala, Christian Zapata, Michael Anderson, Isabella Fernandez, An Huang, Ann McCusker, Marwa Mohammadi, James Reed Mullet, Alex Ortega Munoz, Cole Roberts, Jace Rogers, Michael Solis, Jonathan Almagur, Jax Gonzalez, Danny Grinman Rivera, Jedrick Jarzambek, Nirmal Kozak, Emma Martinez, Alejandro Mendez, Malachi Salmond, Isabel Watson. Lastly, we would like to recognize our amazing Director of STEM Academy, Jennifer Jensen, and her Assistant Director, Lane Smiley. Thank you for your constant support of our students and teachers and pushing them to achieve greatness. Congratulations, everybody.
All right, y'all. Come on, we got to do this.
Get on in there.
This may have to be a panorama.
Yeah.
Come on, we're used to this. Come on, we did it. Come on, excuse the minute.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Now look, come on, man, come on, scoot down, scoot down. You got to see those faces on the way to the back.
As they're filing out, congratulations STEM robotics team for representing so well. I think that might be a record with the most recipients so far in my 6 years. We'll let them clear out for a second before we move on to the next item. All right, item D. We have the 2025 VEX IQ Robotics Championship teams from Jackson, Lopez, and Wood Middle Schools. So, Mr. Jarrett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask our Executive Director for Technology Service, Christy Ramsey, to come forward for this recognition.
Good evening. I'm excited to announce 3 of our middle school robotics teams have earned the prestigious opportunity to compete at the VEX IQ Robotics World Championship. Out of more than 5,600 teams worldwide, they are among the top 500 advancing to this global event in Dallas, Texas, May 12th through the 14th. These students have spent countless hours designing, building, and refining their robots through multiple iterations. They've collaborated as engineers and programmers, solving problems and demonstrating perseverance, creativity, and teamwork. Along the way, they've competed at local, regional, and state levels, earning top marks in driver-controlled matches, autonomous programming challenges, and STEM research presentations. We're proud to celebrate their hard work and dedication as they prepare to represent us in May. I'd like to announce the Wood Middle School team. Jonathan Flores, Broderick Mann, Nathaniel Marrero, Eugene Martin, Luke Proctor, Luis Rivas, Richard Vlasic, Emily Romo, Mylene Romo, with their coach, Heather Brown. For the Lopez team, Nathan Yoon, Kian Schneider, Nico Solis, Karuthik Arumagam, Advait Kadad, Charlie I, Daniel Liu, Bowen Han, Jerry He, Austin Hansen, and Calvin Casey, with their coach, Erica Bustos. Next, the Jackson Middle School team. Jacob Davidson, Joshua Davidson, Robert McGuire, Mason Kroger. With their coach, Juan Aguirre. Good luck in May. That's everybody.
All right. We're going to go on to the next agenda item. Item E is the 2025 TMEA All-State Finalists. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, President Byer, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff and guests. Julie Shore, Executive Director for Fine Arts, will address this item.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
No, ma'am, you can sit there. Thank you. You're welcome. Good evening. Lots of recognitions. That's such a great thing. So 32 students in the Northeast Independent School District have been named to the TMEA, which is the Texas Music Educators Association All-State Ensemble. This is the highest honor that a Texas music student can achieve. More than 60,000 students from across the state began their audition process this fall of 2024. Out of the 60,000, only 1,700 earn a chair in one of the TMEA All-State Ensembles. Of those 1,700, 32 of them are Northeast students, 15 are choir students, 10 are band students, and 7 are orchestra students. It is quite the accomplishment. These exemplary students experienced 3 days of intense rehearsals with world-renowned conductors, followed by a concert to thousands of music educators attending the TMEA conference. The success of our music programs is due primarily to the hard work and dedication of our Northeast music educators and the strong programs that they provide. I'd like to thank all of our directors for inspiring our students to achieve the greatness that they have, and congratulations to our very talented students. At this time, I would like to recognize these students. Alyssa Calloway from Churchill. Alex Caro from Johnson. Nolan Chisholm from Reagan. Ileana De La O from Johnson. Caden Fogel from Johnson. Natalia Hinojosa from Reagan. Callie Hodges from Johnson. Emily Hogan from Johnson. Ziwei Wong from Johnson. A.N. Knutson from Churchill. Michelle Liu from Reagan. Jason Nooner from Johnson. Sabrina Packard from Johnson. Aiden Putra from Churchill. David Solis from Churchill. Sam Stevenson from MacArthur. Samuel Stevens from Madison. And Cooper Turnage from Churchill. I would also like to thank our directors that are in attendance this evening. From MacArthur Band, Mr. Hector Trevino. From Churchill Band, Amy Plazek. From Churchill Choir, Rob Saldana. From Johnson Choir, Christy Brown. And I would like to recognize our Director of Music Programs, Mr. Phil Flynn. And also a big thank you to our campus principals for their support this evening. Thank you and congratulations to all of you. We're going to take a big picture, so let's, yes, stagger up. And parents, you're welcome to stand up, come up. You can take as many pictures as you'd like. Make sure everyone can see your cute face. Stay smiling. Stay there. Don't move. Stay. Thank you so much, students, and congratulations to you.
All right, item F, we have the C-Tech Skills USA Champions, Mr. Jarrett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask Phil Steiner to come forward for this recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Jarrett. A lot of CTE this evening. So Skills USA is a national nonprofit committed to helping students develop the technical, leadership, and workplace skills needed to thrive in their chosen professions. Through hands-on competitions, training programs, and invaluable industry connections, Skills USA gives students a platform to showcase their talents while connecting with employers and jumpstarting their future careers. Tonight, I am honored to share the success that our students have achieved at the State Skills USA competition through our C-Tech Construction Academy. This year, our students have truly demonstrated what it means to be leaders in their respective fields, with 3 students earning gold at the state championships and continuing on to the national competition in just a few weeks. It is with great pride that we recognize the following students for their outstanding achievements and exceptional skill in their respective competitions. First, we have Jonathan Wendell from Churchill High School, state champion in residential construction wiring. Next, we have Francisco Banda from Churchill High School as well, state champion in National Electric Code. And last, we have Carlos Vela from Roosevelt, state champion in heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and refrigeration. Lastly, we'd like to recognize Principal Hernandez, Director Sarah Moran, and our C-Tech teacher Ashley Hildebrand, who is here for their mentorship preparation that they've provided for these students. Congratulations.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you for representing us, and good luck at the next competitions. All right, item G, we have the Cyber Patriot National Finalist, Open Division, Johnson High School, Mr. Jarrett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask Phil Steiner to come forward to recognize all of these teams for cybersecurity.
Thank you, Mr. Jarrett. So Cyber Patriot is the Air Force Association's National Youth Cyber Education Program. It is a national competition in which students work in teams to secure operating systems, identify vulnerabilities, and maintain critical services, much like professionals who work in high-stake corporate, government, and military environments daily. The Cyber Patriot competition takes place in 2 phases. The first phase consists of monthly competition rounds in which our NEISD teams have consistently performed in the top 1% of all teams competing nationally over the last 7 years, and this was no exception. Only 13 all-service division and 12 open division teams qualify for the all-expenses-paid trip to the national finals in Washington, D.C. out of the thousands nationwide who register to compete. To put that in context, some of the teams we are recognizing tonight are in the top half of 1% of all teams who competed across the nation this year. This year, 2 high school teams qualified to compete in the national finals: Johnson High School to compete in the open division, and Roosevelt High School qualified to compete in the all-service division. It is rare to see one single team from a district make it, let alone 2, and that alone caused NEISD to stand out. In addition, the Cyber Texas organization recognizes the top teams in San Antonio each year. Over 350 teams registered to compete in the Cyber Patriot competition in San Antonio this year, more than any other city in the entire country. At the Mayor's Cup Award, which was held at the Boeing Techport Center, NEISD took first place in the 4 primary categories. Out of the 350 teams registered across the San Antonio area, Johnson High School was recognized as the overall high school winner. Roosevelt was recognized as the all-service winner. Cedar Middle School was recognized as the middle school winner. And Cedar Middle School is also recognized as having the best all-girls team in San Antonio. We're honored to recognize these outstanding students, mentors, and teachers for their hard work, effort, and top-tier performance in this year's Cyber Patriot competition. At this time, we would like to recognize the students and their mentors for their achievement, beginning with our Open Division champions from Johnson High School. Cyber Patriot National Finalist, Open Division, Coach Leah Plumas. Aiden Crinion. Owen Shearer. Nihal Bacha. Priyansu Biswal. Cameron Thompson. And Brody Bowman. These are your Cyber Patriot National Finalists Open Division. This is you. Go ahead.
Come on, Dr. Price, you can do it. Take your left hand, put it up. They're not. Yeah, show them out. They're like, what? Congratulations. Item H, Cyber Patriot National Finalist, All Service Division, Roosevelt High School, and we'll skip Mr. Jarrett and go straight to Mr. Stein. Oh, no, sorry.
A little bit
Colonel
smaller in
LaChance.
stature, but, you know, in my head, I'm still
My
that big.
apologies, I was looking this way and forgot to look over that way.
No, no problem at all.
Colonel, the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to introduce and celebrate the powerhouse team of Roosevelt High School. This is their 8th year qualifying for the national round, which is something unheard of. Before I introduce these kids, this is the top qualifying JROTC team worldwide. Not just Army, not just Air Force, just not Navy, worldwide. And so that is a significant accomplishment as they moved in to the final round. And so we want to celebrate them here tonight. The team captain, Tina Say. Jaron Glazer. Corinne Kinlaw. Bryce Owen. And Johnson Way. We also want to recognize their mentor, Mr. Gweethan Owen. And their coach, Major Jamel Garner.
Congratulations, Roosevelt. Great job.
Congrats, guys. Head on that one. Congratulations.
All right, we'll go item I. Cyber Patriot overall middle school champion, CETA Middle School. And now I don't know who's going to present. Oh, Mr. Steiner. You're good.
Absolutely. You can go ahead and take this. You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. President. So third, we would like to recognize our overall Mayor's Cup Middle School champion from CETA Middle School at Kruger. Starting with Zaid Akhtar. Ezekiel Dayton. Evan Choi. Michael Englehart. And Hao Quan Ng. Absolutely. There we go. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Item J, Cyber Patriot All Girls Middle School, CETA Middle School. Mr. Steiner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Lastly, we would like to recognize our Mayor's Cup All Girls champion from CETA Middle School at Kruger as well. The future looks bright for Roosevelt. Cyber Patriot All Girls category winner Madison Bryant. Collins Castillo. Destiny Levy. Sitali Machado. Jimena Sacedo. And Laura Vega. We'd also like the opportunity to bring out Mr. Beck, our lead ICSI teacher. Josh Beck has been instrumental in our continued success across multiple campuses in the Cyber Patriot Arena, and we thank him for everything he does for all of our programs, as well as Major Gardner as well, and all of the parents, volunteers. Absolutely. Ashley Cook.
I will have to say, on behalf of the board, that it is incredible to see, what do we have, 120, 125 kids that just came through here. And it is great to recognize those students for what they've done. So the future definitely looks bright for the kids leaving high school and those coming up through the elementary school ranks and through to the high schools and on. So thank you all for being here. All right, we're going to go item 7, matters from the floor. The trustees welcome comments from members of the public during this time of the meeting. Generally, board members do not respond to public comments during the meeting, although members may request further information or a future agenda item on a matter raised during public comment. As explained fully in the board's written procedures for this time, the matters from the floor portion is a limited public forum. Accordingly, speakers may present on a topic related to district business for up to 3 minutes, but are not permitted to make 1, personal complaints about an individual staff or board member that should be raised using the district's grievance policies, 2, a personnel action, 3, a student disciplinary matter, 4, a complaint about a particular student, or 5, pending litigation. Any person who persists in speaking on these topics after being directed not to do so will lose the remainder of their time to speak and may lose their privilege of addressing the board at future meetings. If you're signed up to speak on a specific agenda item, you will be called up when the board reaches that item. Although tonight we are going to, I don't think anybody did, so we're just going to go through the list as it was presented to us. Please remember that this is a business meeting of the board. Any person or group engaging in outbursts of any kind, causing a disruption to the meeting, will be warned, and if they persist, will be removed from the meeting. This is to ensure that all speakers have an opportunity to make comments without interruption, and that the board members are able to pay full attention to speakers without any distractions. We also welcome written comments at any time, either through email at board@neisd.net or by mail, care of the Superintendent's Office at 8961 Tesoro Drive, 6th floor, San Antonio, Texas, 78217. Our Board Secretary, Ms. Lisa Thompson, will call your number, and she will also be your timekeeper for your 3 minutes.
Number 1.
Hi. Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. We want to acknowledge the challenging financial situation our district is facing. We appreciate the decisions you make to ensure NEISD continues to provide a high-quality education for our students while also supporting our dedicated teachers and staff. While a pay raise may not be financially feasible at this time, we encourage the board to explore creative ways to compensate and retain our educators. I want to share a few of those creative solutions with y'all that could make a meaningful impact. Y'all have done a great job in doing this the previous years, the zero increase in healthcare insurance cost. We want to make sure that y'all continue and maybe hopefully do that. That provides financial relief to all employees and helps maintain stability in their take-home pay. We would also ask for a further reduce to the cost of KINs for our staff. Many employees depend on these programs for before and after school care. Lowering the cost would ease that financial burden on our staff with their young children, making NEISD a more supportive employer. We also would like you to increase the classroom supply reimbursement to include our paraprofessionals. Our education support professionals do so much for our students and our teachers they support, and they are providing a lot of materials with their own funds as well. So if you could extend the reimbursement to the paraprofessionals, we would really appreciate that to help their financial burden as well. These are just a few solutions that would demonstrate a strong commitment to supporting our educators while remaining mindful of the district's financial constraints. We urge you to consider these options as a way to show appreciation for the dedicated teachers and staff who make NEISD such an outstanding district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 2.
NEISD School Board and Administration. It has come to our attention that the district is failing, penalizing, and cheating all NEISD students taking on-level pre-calculus. The district claims to have a book for this class. However, this book is obsolete. When my student went to request the pre-cal book available, it was denied 3 times. When I requested it, they gave me a hard time. It has become clear once we obtained this book that it was obsolete. The teachers refuse to use it, and the administration refuses to give it out. Furthermore, the book selected for the pre-cal curriculum was chosen in error. The book was written as a discovery-type pre-cal textbook, which does not support the curriculum developed for the district. The district has cheated the students out of a proper book for over 10 years. Your administration and teachers, aware of the problem, refuse to do anything about it. Your district curriculum office acknowledges the problem and offers very little help to the current situation. These conversations began in January. The Reagan administration and teachers acknowledge and agree This class deserves a multiplier. District policy states only AP, honors, and on-ramp classes can have multipliers. Yet this is not what the district practices. Multivariable calculus gets a multiplier despite not being labeled as AP, honors, or on-ramps, thus not following the district policy. On-level pre-cal is not at all an on-level class, nor is it taught as an on-level class. This class is extremely fast-paced with long, in-depth notes daily covering new topics. In addition to this, homework is not discussed in class per district policy. More content is taught in this high school class than is taught in a college pre-cal class. This class should be restructured to either reflect on-level curriculum or be given a well-deserved multiplier. Students have been cheated out of a book, out of a multiplier, and according to the district curriculum office, there are no plans to correct this in the near future. Many more students will continue to be impacted. As a parent, we are requesting that you review and restructure this class and give this class a multiplier if you want to continue with the curriculum that is present at the moment.
Thank you.
Number 3.
Good evening, members of the board. This is a continuation of my wife's presentation. So this is pertaining to on-level pre-calculus class at Ronald Reagan High School, just to clarify that. The curriculum is piecemealed using content from many sources for each lesson taught. All things algebra, notes that were created by an entrepreneur teacher, is the basis of all instruction for this class at Ronald Reagan High School. In addition, there is no continuity of rote teaching. The homework is turned in digitally and automatically scored. Quizzes are done by hand and graded by the teacher. Warm-ups are done by hand and graded by the students. And tests are given on a computer and also graded automatically. This creates a difficult environment to learn any level of math, particularly when it comes to pre-calculus. This course at Ronald Reagan offers no extra credit. Most courses taught at this level will offer additional points on a quiz or test if a review is completed. Lowest quiz, lowest homework, lowest warm-up, lowest in-class assignment are dropped in many other advanced classes to help students. However, at Ronald Reagan High School, almost no help is offered. It creates an unfair GPA boosting and unfair grading practices when it is not uniform across all pre-calculus courses. Now, this is near and dear to my heart because my daughter is a senior and I've seen what it takes to get to college. I've seen what it takes to get scholarship for college. And a class like this can wreck a kid. And fortunately, it's the senior year, so it's not going to ruin anything. But I really hope you take our concerns seriously and address it and actually look at this class. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 4.
Hello, my name is April Jones. I teach freshman Algebra 1 here in NEISD, and I am the current teacher of the year at my campus. On the first day of school, my principal came to my classroom to tell me that my "Hate Has No Home Here" sign was considered political and needed to be taken down because it has hands with different skin tones and a rainbow heart. He claimed there was a random post made on social media that I have yet to see about the campus. I followed proper protocol through my union to speak with my principal and HR about how this sign at my personal desk is political and how unfounded and anonymous posts can justify administrators treating teachers, students, and the classroom environment in this way. I've been teaching for 9 years and have always had this sign in my classroom with no issue. Over and over again, I was told that in a memo to employees from the district, it states that teachers will not use classroom or instructional time to advocate for or against any candidate or measure and should not express their own personal political views. Yet this sign does none of those things, and I have done none of these things in my classroom. I sent a letter to the board explaining the situation, and I was able to speak with a board member, but no one seems to be able to explain how different skin-toned hands and rainbow hearts represent a political party, a ballot measure, a specific candidate, or even how they're political in nature. And that's because they're not and they don't. Go Public magnets and signs are posted in schools across the district. Isn't that considered political in nature? But apparently a sign denouncing hate and welcoming everyone is now my personal political opinion. And since this incident occurred, teachers have been told to be cautious when recognizing and celebrating Black History Month and Women's History Month in our campuses. So it seems this has become about more than a sign in a classroom. Teachers are called to advocate for the needs of all students in the classroom and on campus. We are to create a classroom that is safe and thoughtfully designed to engage, challenge, and inspire students to participate. And isn't that what this sign helps to accomplish? If teachers are to encourage and challenge students, those students must first know they are safe and welcome. If teachers are to provide that encouragement and present those challenges to students, we must first feel supported. When did representing, welcoming, protecting, and educating all students become a personal opinion or a political stance? This board, this district, and every school's administration should be supporting its teachers and students. So I am asking this board to reconsider the district's opinion of my sign and any others like it posted in this district. I'm also asking a policy be publicly stated about the protocols for administration to follow when anonymous and unfounded posts are made in online forums, so that we are able to hold both principals and district administration accountable. This will set a positive example for teachers and the community that their children will receive a welcoming and hate-free environment in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to remind everybody that if you have a sign, you're welcome to have it. Just please make sure you're not obstructing the view of the person behind you. You're fine having it, but we just want to make sure everybody can see and that everybody can pay attention as they need to. Thank you.
Number 5.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of the board, distinguished guests. My name is Stephen Price. I'm a former United States Army radio operator, and I live at 915 Mount Perkins, which is right directly across from Eisenhower Middle School. I've lived there for 5 years, and in the 5 years, there's been 2 incidents where gunshots were either fired at the school or fired in the air by not necessarily students, but passerbys in front of the school. About 2 months ago, there were 2 vehicles stolen in the parking lot right in front of the school in broad daylight. For 2 years now, also, there was a young lady picked up that was walking from Churchill High School over towards Eisenhower. She was picked up, you might have seen it in the news, she was picked up by a gentleman, and he asked her if she wanted to participate in a sexual type favor, and she said no. But he, kindly enough, dropped her right off in front of Eisenhower Middle School. If you've been to the school in the dark, there's lights there that really only cover the front part of the campus. There's the bus stop, and then there's the track. The track, like any regular football track, is pretty big, but it's dark. So I've asked them to look at the lights on the campus. They have. Mr. Herrera, the principal, has been very adamant about putting new lights. There were 3 lights that came from the city that were out for probably the last 10 years. That young lady was here with me, Luana from the city council's office, turned the lights on. So what am I asking you all? The campus needs new cameras. I live right across the street, so I took it upon myself to buy a camera where I can now see and pan the parking lot across the street. But there's a campus. You guys can't see this light probably, but I've sent it to you, Ms. Burrell, in an email. You can see the light. So we've talked about this light with Mr. The new security service gentleman, Paul Duran, and he's encouraged too that we should put the light right at the track, at the entrance to the track in the dark, in case somebody gets chased, there's an emergency. I myself don't often frequent the track, but I would like to. I've got a pacemaker. If I had a heart attack on the track, maybe I could get to that thing and hit the switch and it would set off the emergency and save some lives. The track is not being utilized. I think it's a community effort on the part of the people around the track, that if you lit it up, we would use it more frequently. So I want to thank Mr. Herrera and Paul for coming out. We've met on 3 occasions. Tried to reach out to you, ma'am, over the weekend and the past few days before coming. So I'd love to talk to you in person and see what we can't do to help them get that light. There is some money in the budget that I know. I can imagine that light is maybe $8,000. What does that cost compared to the loss of a life of one of these kids that we've managed to honor here today? And y'all are doing a good job. I'm not here to complain. I'm here to ask you to help. Look out for our children.
That's
Look out
your
for that
time.
neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 6.
Members of the board, my name is Elizabeth Dill. I am a community member of Northeast. I'm a teacher at Harris Middle School and the mother of 2 students at Redland Oaks Elementary School. I'm also a proud member of AFT Local 1356. I am going to speak to you today about speaker number 4. Firstly, I would like to propose a distinction between our political rights and responsibilities per the memo Dr. Micah delivered to us employees earlier this year, and personal expressions and symbols of social movements. NEISD defined my political rights and responsibilities pertaining to a political party, candidate, or ballot measure. To politicize more than this opens the door to politicize everything we do. Symbols and expressions of social movements are an example of educators supporting and advocating for our students. Having symbols and artifacts in our classrooms create a welcoming and inclusive environment for all who enter our classrooms. Please make it clear to all that NEISD protects our First Amendment right to the freedom of expression, specifically but not limited to support for Black Lives Matter, LGBTQIA, trans lives, and religious affiliations. These are important to us as human beings and support and advocate for our students. Lastly, because my coworker, Ms. Jones, was singled out for her having a sign like this, I think it shows, if the board agrees with administration who is admonishing her and asking her to remove this rainbow heart from her classroom, that the board and members of administration making these decisions clearly have not been in our classrooms. The classrooms across high schools and middle schools in NEISD are filled with these messages of welcoming all students, all genders, all races, all religions, and anything that the students themselves want to support and advocate for. As a teacher, I go to class every day telling my students that what they believe can be something that empowers them. These are messages of love and messages of kindness, and I expect NEISD to stand behind these messages. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 7.
Good evening. I'm a teacher here in San Antonio, and I am upset by this district's demand to take down a sign that simply says what every teacher should believe, that all students deserve to feel safe, seen, and loved in our classrooms. We are expected to love our students so deeply that we are told without hesitation to die for them if we must, not metaphorically, literally. To take a bullet, that's the bar. But the moment that we try to live for them, to advocate for them, to protect them from hate, we're told that we've gone too far. When we're burned out, underpaid, and barely hanging on, we're told to remember our why. And we do. We always do. We put our mental health, our safety, our time on the line because we love our students that much. So let me ask this. If I'm expected to use my desks and my body to block a door in an active shooter drill, why wouldn't I stand in the way of an ICE raid? If I am expected to comfort a crying child during my one free period, why wouldn't I defend their humanity? If I'm a mandatory reporter required by law to report abuse, why wouldn't I try to shield them from emotional trauma and bigotry at home or at school? I want to spend the rest of my time talking about Jocelyn Rojo Carranza, a student from Gainesville ISD. She died by suicide at 11 years old, bullied because of her classmates mocked her parents' immigration status. She was a 6th grader. That's the same age as my students. She died by suicide at 11 years old because there was no one to tell her that she belonged and was welcome in her school. Her parents buried her because the school refused to acknowledge the very real and hurtful bigotry their students inflicted on her. She should be alive today. But no one in her school stood up to say, hate has no home here. That silence, that complicity, buried her. So this is why the sign matters. It's not political. It is not decorative. It is a lifeline. It tells our students, you belong here, you are safe here, we will fight for you, even when other students, your parents, the president, or the world seems to turn its back on you. I am calling for this district to restore that sign. It represents a teacher's passion and commitment to protect them, defend them, and love them as our own. Because if teachers are expected to give our lives for our students, then you better believe we will raise our voices for them too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 8.
Good evening. Hate has no home here is as innocuous of a statement that any teacher could have in their room. Yet I, as a taxpayer, have read about a teacher in this district told to take down a sign that exists to reach out to the most vulnerable of students. The choice to politicize such a statement is what doesn't belong in a classroom. This board is focused on money and appealing to a public interest that is detrimental to students and to teachers. Your job is to ensure students have the best education possible, which includes the environment that they learn in. You cannot say you do that by not supporting teachers who create inclusive and supportive spaces. Not while stripping books off shelves and demanding signs that say hate has no home here be removed or covered. If you're not here to serve the students, teachers, and families, who are you beholden to? Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 9.
Good evening, board members. First off, I'd like to say a salutation to Mr. Jarrett. You were the principal at Marshall High School back in 2012, 2013, around those days, and I'm class of 2016. And I also wanted to say that I remembered your tenure as a very enlightened tenure, and all the teachers had really good things to say about you. So I hope you still have that fire in your heart from those days. My speech is not going to be very long. It's mostly extemporaneous, but I did want to talk about the hate has no home here. I wanted to say that these symbols that are being displayed in the classroom, specifically the hate has no home here, it's not a political symbol. It's not political in nature. And I think that conflagrating them and trying to make them political does a great disservice to the most vulnerable of students in our classrooms. And they say nothing about the elections. They don't say anything about policy making. So I do believe that these banners need to be restored in these classrooms. We have seen during these times and during these days, unfortunately, we've seen a lot of revisionism and things being taken down. We've seen the Tuskegee Airmen, and we've seen acts by Harriet Tubman being taken down from government websites. And this is a prime example of the targeting of non-political events. It's an example of revisionism, and I want for this school district not to acquiesce to the comings and goings of outside politics. You guys have to stand up for your students, and you have to stand up for your school and for your teachers so that everybody can come together and protect those students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 10.
President Byer, members of the board, Dr. Micah. I'm Patsy Esterline, president of the Northeast AFT. The Texas House has now passed a budget for the biennium, which must be reconciled with the Senate session. So some changes still may be made. A proposed budget, as the proposed budget stands, it is a terrible budget for NEISD. We urge you to take action as a board and as individual community members. Damage is being done to the district. The basic allotment, which has been stuck at $6,160 since 2019, is only proposed to be raised by $395 to $6,555. Just to meet inflation, it should be at least $7,500. To add insult to injury, $40 billion in general revenue available to the legislature will be left unspent, dollars which could meet the needs that the school districts have. Regarding a voucher program, which is public money for private schools, it is funded under the House bill for $1 billion. This is a direct attack on the public education system and must be addressed by this board. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble seeing this. Unfortunately, several state representatives who represent parts of NEISD do not support raising basic allotment to this $7,500. Nor do they oppose public money being given to private schools. So please contact these representatives and let them know the harm that they're doing. Soon, the NEISD budget will be discussed. There must be substantial pay raises for all employees, as well as fully funding all programs. If the legislature won't fulfill its duty to provide a quality education, then the responsibility falls to the school board. Please let the representatives know the district's needs and are not being met by House budget bill. Urge them to oppose vouchers and raise the basic allotment to at least $7,500. And I also want to thank all the other people that took the time out of their schedule to come and speak tonight about that hate has no home here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 11.
My name is Nikki Shahid, and I stand before you tonight in support of April Jones and all the teachers who are striving to create an inclusive environment in their classroom. I'm a member of NEISD Community Advocates, and I'm also a mom to 3 awesome NEISD students who are creative, funny, and smart. They're also biracial. A few years ago, my daughter told me that in her school, on a weekly basis, someone had something negative to say about her race every single week. So when we don't have adults in the classroom affirming children's identities, letting them know that they are welcome there, this is what fills that void. Hate is what fills that void. Is it because my daughter was attending a bad school? No. Is it because there's something wrong with NEISD? No, it's the soup that we swim in our society. We still have a lot of work ahead of us to undo generations and generations of prejudice. So I implore you to support these teachers and support these messages because it has very real impacts on our students. My daughter deserves to go to school and focus on her education, learn math, play the cello, not have to field racial slurs from her peers. So please support these teachers and support these messages. They make a real difference in real students' lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 12.
Good evening. My name is Angela Ortiz, and I am a mother and community member here today to voice my support for the NEISD teachers to have the right to post a sign that clearly refutes hate and instead promotes unity in our schools. America, as we know, is a melting pot where diversity, equity, and inclusion are key to our success. DEI is a buzzword, some would say is woke. Another woke phrase is e pluribus unum, a motto many of us are familiar with as it appears on the Great Seal of the United States and the money that we use. It is a Latin phrase meaning out of many, one. And our nation is just that. The foundation of America is based on fairness and equality for all. Now, how do we teach our children about this? As we know, lessons start at home, but are continued in the classroom. Education aims to equip students with the knowledge and skills they need to be informed and engaged citizens in a democratic society. Our democracy is based on our constitutional amendment rights, and our First Amendment of the United States Constitution clearly states the right to protect freedom of speech and prohibits Congress from making laws that restrict it. So what gives NEISD the right to prohibit a teacher from posting a nonpartisan sign that promotes unity? The sign in question stated, "Hate has no home here." Does it? The use of posters and signs are a way to share a powerful positive message which encourages relationship building, dialogue, and communal action. When neighbors of different races, religions, and nationalities move past indifference to investment in one another, we knock out the underpinnings of racism and intolerance and make possible a better future for our communities. And with all of that being said, I stand here today before you imploring the NEISD board do the right thing and allow teachers their First Amendment right to post signs like this beautiful sign in our children's schools. It's important our children understand hate is not welcomed here. Rather, let us learn about one another and in turn allow love and acceptance to lead the lessons our children are learning. It is important that our community stand together. Our children are counting on us, and we are counting on you to do the right thing. Let that begin here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 13.
Good evening. My name is Marissa. I have 2 students in the NEISD district. How often I hear, we care about our teachers, and yet I do not see that sentiment being reflected. I am here as a parent to express my disapproval over the banning of a poster reading "Hate has no home here," and to demand that teachers are not being bullied into removing posters promoting respectful classrooms. I think there's a lot of confusion about the things our kids should be learning. The classroom teaches our kids about the world they live in, but what teaches them to love and care for the world they live in? Their teachers. Posters like the one that has been banned are a small way that teachers can help students learn to feel safe in their classrooms. I think everyone here would agree that we love all of our children, including children who come from households very different from our own. Households where family members have mixed citizenship status, households of different religions, different cultures. Posters like the one that was banned remind people that hate brings anger and violence, and that is not welcome in these spaces. It reminds us that everyone should be treated with respect. That is what the poster says to me. I'd be very curious to know why some found it so offensive to the point they felt it was more important than the array of issues our children currently face, like gun violence, like our LGBTQ children facing a mental health crisis, our low-income children facing food insecurity and homelessness, our mixed citizenship status families living in fear of family members being abducted and trafficked to other countries. Our children deserve to feel safe and protected in their classrooms, and I appreciate any teacher who advocates for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 14.
Good evening, buenas noches. It is a pleasure to stand here in front of you and to see all the faces here, and I can't help but notice it looks like hate doesn't live in your hearts. So I would plead to you to please listen to April Jones's appeal to have her poster reinstated, because I want to tell you on behalf personally, as somebody who is a proud, educated product of the UT system and the public schools system here in Texas, I stand before you as Dr. Lopez, first generation, first graduate PhD of my family. But what I want to share too is it's also my job to vet our school districts. I currently sit on a committee that is in charge of working with NASA on behalf of developing an indigenous STEM program in Texas. My job currently is to go back to my superiors and report which school districts are embodying diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I would hope that I don't have to go back to my superiors and say I have a few doubts about Northeast ISD. Please help me do my job. Please help me allow us to collaborate in the future, and let's see if we can embody the love that we want to show our students. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for taking the time to come speak to us. Next agenda item is number 8, matters from executive session. A, personnel, including but not limited to administrative appointments pursuant to Government Code Section 551.074. 1, possible action regarding routine personnel, including but not limited to administrative appointments. Do I have a motion to approve items A and B as listed on the agenda and discussed in executive session?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Landry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion passes 7-0. Item 2, possible action regarding termination of Chapter 21 term contract employee. Do I have a motion to approve as discussed in executive session?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Chigi. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7-0. Item 9, presentations. A, intruder detection audit. Dr. Micah.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we discussed in executive session, we had 7 campuses that went through the safety audit through the TEA. We did have 6 clean campuses, and we did have 1 finding at one of our campuses. And again, I know you all have heard me say this many times, and we continue to talk about this through messages, and we talk about it through videos, and we talk about it at our principal meetings, but there is absolutely no reason to have an unlocked door in our school, period. And whether that is for a second or not, it doesn't matter. We have to keep our doors locked. That's all. So we address that immediately.
All right, thank you, Dr. Micah. Item B, pathways and technology early college high school programs at CETA, Data, and STEM.
Mr. Jarrett.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, executive staff, and guests. I would like to ask Dr. Esmeralda Munoz to come forward for this agenda item.
Good evening. I overheard President Byer talking about how we had over 120 students acknowledged tonight, and I just couldn't help it. It's just so fitting to be able to bring this opportunity to you all tonight regarding a transition from our magnet programs to the potential pathway and technology early college high school programs. So we're going to go over that briefly with you all and the process. So the planning application and the planning year basically involves those pieces. It involves us being able to have that establishment of that relationship between an IHE and a business partner. We submit the application to the state, and then they give us a planning time of 12 to 18 months to build this program. This is under the Texas College and Career Readiness School Models. That's part of TEA. And that is also in conjunction with the IHE, or Institute of Higher Education, and our business partner. So they work side by side. Then in the process, we recruit students, and then we are awarded, after we meet that criteria, our designation. Sounds very familiar. That's actually what we have going on right now with all of our magnet programs. Once we get into or earn that designation, we move into provisional designation, and that is 0 to 4 years. We serve our students, but we have to meet outcome-based measures, which we'll go over in a second. We have to continue to recruit, we continue to build our programs, and then every single year we apply for that renewal of that designation. We have to meet the state criteria, and the expectations are pretty high. Again, our magnets are already achieving those expectations. Then after 5+ years or more, we look at continuous recruitment through that CCRSM program, and then the yearly renewal after that. And then once again, meeting those designations every single year, we are tied to those through accountability as well. So if you notice here, those outcome-based measures are listed here briefly. They're much more in depth. There are many pages tied to that. But the key components are the school design, the partnerships, our targeted population, the academic infrastructure, student support, and work-based learning. And if you notice, the number 6 is a different color because that's actually the only one that we would just need to refine, not necessarily create. Our magnets are already doing all of these things. They have business advisory councils. They have, through the institution of higher learning, depending on their program, they've already built those MOUs and those relationships. They already have lottery systems and application processes. They've enhanced their family engagement programs. They have an academic infrastructure that leads to associate and potential bachelor degree programs. And then they have those student support programs that are essential through bridge programs in the summer, Saturday prep sessions, and then every single one of those sites is also a TSI testing site, which is also another requirement. We've already met that measure through that as well. The only difference with the work-based learning is that we would have to refine what a 9th grader does through that business relationship or that IHE, what a 10th grader does, and its leveled support. So that work-based learning continuum is built throughout, and it aligns directly to that particular pathway. So right now, we actually have Senate Bill 557. It is in the process right now, and what you're looking at is a potential for us to earn, as a district, additional dollars to continue to support our programs. And so P-TECH current funding is $50 in addition to ADA per pupil, and right now it's actually sitting at $150 additional per pupil for all of those students who are attending a P-TECH designated campus. So for us to be able to continue to support our programs from within, they give those additional dollars to us to be able to establish additional pathways, certification opportunities, all those great things that we can feed back into our district. Do you all have any questions?
I have a clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
So the $50 to the $150, that's being given to us, or we pay that difference?
So they have something similar through the CCMR outcome bonus measure. So when we attain those indicators for our graduating seniors, the state awards us dollars to be able to sustain those programs. Well, now there is this potential through the P-TECH designation, because you're reaching those outcome-based measures, the expectations are a little higher. Again, I cannot stress enough, our magnets are already reaching that expectation, and they're already aligned very closely to that. They give us additional dollars that will lend itself to build that program and continue to build that program. So right now we're looking at about 125 and keeping 125 students at least per grade level per year. If it does expand, those also yield additional dollars as long as it is a designated P-TECH program that we have.
Ms. Villarreal?
Oh, she went first.
Ms. Thompson?
Is P-TECH new statewide, or it's just?
Oh, no, it's been around for quite a while.
And we are just taking the steps to.
Well, we are, but we did have a very robust, we still have a very robust magnet program. I mean, there's multiple magnets that specialize in different things. An early college high school versus a P-TECH program, these are very much aligned to the technology, engineering, early college high school pathway, STEM. When you look at design, architecture, through data, when you look at CETA, aerospace engineering, those are all tied to, we have to have that business relationship piece and that industry-based certification, not just necessarily the associate's degree. So it gives them that additional exposure. That was already built into the fabric of what created, what those magnets were or are. And so now if we actually earn that designation through the state, we get those additional dollars to continue to reinforce those pieces within. So the kids can go as far as earning that associate's degree if they would like. Right now, our business and industry partners want to be able to encourage the use of those certification programs. Right now, certifications could actually earn them college hours based on the pathway. And so our kids are going to be that much more marketable. But we're also getting credit because we would be a P-Tech and it's kind of like an early college high school without the additional requirement of earning that associate's degree.
And so that part 6 is the only piece that
correct
our program is like. Okay.
Yeah, if I can just kind of sum that up. So we first dipped our toe into the early college realm when we were transforming MAC up. And so we created MAC United. So once we got our bearings there, then Dr. Munoz and her team was looking into P-Tech, so as an expansion. Our thing is not necessarily creating something new, but really enhancing what we already do. And so really this is an attempt to garner dollars, but also to support our kids to be more college ready and then leverage the system to make sure we have checks and balances along the way.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm so excited. I just can't even sit here. This is just really amazing. Okay, but, you know, considering how we've been treated by Austin, I'm leery. To get too excited. Is there any way they can pull the rug out from underneath us, or is this a done deal?
So through the planning year, once we submit that application and go through the planning year, there is no repercussion for us as a district if we decide to say, you know what, we're not going to move forward with this opportunity, if in case there is a change. So it's not held against us by any way, shape, or form. We have a coach. We look at all of the pieces that are tied to the P-Tech program, and after that, if we decide to move forward with that designation, then we would continue that process and renew that application.
And Ms. Villarreal, if you recall, the state set a standard of 60 by 30. 60% of the students in the state of Texas will be college, career, or military ready. So this is part of their attempt to incentivize, but also support that effort to make sure that 60% of the students in the state of Texas are college, career, or military ready. So your question about, is this something that is going to be kind of here today and gone tomorrow? I don't see that happening because this is an attempt to hit their goal that they've set as a long-term process.
What I'm more concerned about is them pulling the rug out from underneath us. I have very little faith at this point with what's happening. So I'm excited. It's like I'm jumping for joy inside, but I'm concerned that they may just suddenly just not do what they say they're going to do. And then do we have an alternative where we can proceed if this happens?
Ms. Villarreal, I'll just answer kind of what Mr. Jarrett just said. They like this. This isn't going anywhere. They want more of us to do things like this, so they're incentivizing it to get you to push into more of these types of programs. So I don't foresee it going away. I foresee it as, again, and I'll just back up, Ms. Thompson, to what you said. So we've been doing a lot of re-envisioning programs through, so as we're working our way through them, this was kind of the next iteration of what we could do with it and how it could enhance a program. And so one of the questions I have upstairs is, how do we, I think I shared this with you, Ms. Shelton, how do we increase efficiency while simultaneously delivering on-demand programs so that our effectiveness increases? This is an example of that. Like, we're still struggling with money, right? But we can expand things by tapping into these types of resources, and so that's why they decided to pursue it. So I don't see them taking it. I think, if anything, to this point, because this is legislation that has to pass in order to go from 50 to 150, I think what you're seeing is pushing us more into these types of things to enhance that college, career, or military-ready child. And in this case, I think it's more of career and college that they're focused on, not necessarily military.
Okay, so I'm going to proceed with jumping for joy and being extremely ecstatic about the whole thing. All right, good point.
And just so you know, P-Tech has been around since 2017. So if it's still here today, that means they've truly bought into this idea of the future and getting kids college, career, military ready. And so I think it has a lot of promise to continue into the future.
Ms. Shelton, and then Ms. Landry.
Is this so will we overlay the P-TECH on top of Magnet? Right, it's an overlay, not a takeaway.
Correct.
Correct.
It's already been established, very, very well established for many, many years as a magnet. So if you were to look at the blueprint, it directly aligns to what they are doing right now.
Right. I'm thinking about it from a marketing lens, because our parents get excited about a magnet program. I don't know that many parents know P-TECH, right? So that's why I'm asking. We're not taking away the idea of magnet. We're just overlaying P-TECH on top of what we already done, so we don't have a communication issue.
Absolutely.
And I'm looking at Roosevelt and Lee based on this
Yes.
presentation. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Jarrett answered most of my questions, but now I have more. So this sounds really good. One of the things that comes to mind is when Dr. Micah talked about his student graduating and going to a college outside of the local area, and the accreditation not carrying through. Does this funding give us an opportunity to cross that gap and get our students in a better position to actually have a college-ready education outside of the local community colleges?
So we're looking at the idea that's right now in full effect with the Core Complete. And so what we do as a district is we're able to funnel in those post-secondary classes that are going to be applicable across the state. Since this is not an associate degree completion pathway, it's more industry cert and college readiness. We look at the opportunity to be able to engage kids in classes that are highly transferable from one institution to another. So like your English 1301, 1302, your history, all of those pieces are part of that Core Complete pathway at the college. And so if they were to go to A&M, they may have one class that they would have to retake. We really are not sure, because it all depends also in the bachelor's degree or majors program that that particular child selects. If they're going to go to veterinary school at Texas A&M, they're going to expect that that child take the bio there with them. And so it's foundational for them. We can't change that, but they'd get credit for everything else that's tied to that Core Complete piece. And so every public school that we can look at here in the state of Texas, they're looking at that high transferability as well, because there were, at one point, before everything was refined, there were a lot of students that were getting a lot of college hours and missing out on financial aid opportunities because nothing was transferring. So that's come a long way since 2017, or since some of these programs were initially established. So now they're acknowledging if a student did this through dual credit, they got a high school diploma and the college credit, if it's part of the Core Complete, which is what we align to, then they should be okay.
Yeah, and Ms. Landry, this is something that I've talked with our legislators about. This, and I can tell you, you'll hear later from Mr. Bywaters, but there's a belief up there. There's some frustration of these credits that get earned and then don't transfer for young people. You know, ultimately, you know, both chambers and the governor are going to have to agree. But when you talk to some folks up there, they don't like exactly what you're describing, because young people make it. They earn these college credits with us. They transfer to university, and in my daughter's case, right? No, it doesn't count. It's offsetting the burden to a family for the price of education. So I'm you know, we'll see if something passes that starts to curtail some of that. But there is definitely some frustration up there around this.
Well, then it also defeats the purpose of spending taxpayer dollars to further the education of a student, to give them a better chance of success.
Correct.
So anyway, so thank you for that. And then my second question is, and I know they like this, and is the funding sufficient and stable enough to carry us several years into the future? And I know that's a hard question to answer, but do we see us setting up something that's going to be a burden on the district that eventually the funding coming from the state isn't going to be sufficient.
And Ms. Landry, I think that's a very valid question, which is why we're being so intentional not to jump too far out in front of ourselves and really trying to double down on what we're currently doing and accessing additional dollars to do those things that we're already doing. So this is not going to put us in any type of a bind. It's really just going to give us an opportunity to offset some of the costs that we're already incurring, but also take a deeper look into what are some things that we could be doing now that we have a little additional funding. So it's not something that if the money went away that the whole system would collapse, and that's why we're being super cautious and intentional not to create something new that we would have to take away. So we're really just trying to enhance what we're already doing.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Cox?
I just had on, Ms. Landry asked one, but I was just wondering, who are the leadership coaches?
So those are assigned to us from the state through the College Readiness Model Schools program. They actually assign coaches to us, and they meet with us regularly, sometimes a couple times a month. They look at documents. They let us know exactly what we are going into to make sure that all the planning is done appropriately. They look at our crosswalks. They look at our schedules. They look at the pathway completion. How are we embedding that certification? And to Mr. Jarrett's point, our students in our magnet programs are already accessing everything, the dual credit, the AP, the CTE certifications. Now it's purposefully aligning them to meet those indicators through those OBMs, and the coach helps us get there. So we display what we're doing, and more than likely the way they did with the MACUP program and the ECHS, they said, you're actually very much on target with this. I can imagine that I'm going to hear the same thing from our coach for the P-TECH. And the design is going to come, and it's in partnership with the school. So it makes every single program very unique, the way they are right now, so.
Thank you for using Texas A&M as your example. I appreciate that. Just to clarify, because of sometimes the financial games that can be played with things, but so if it goes to $150 per student, that's per student per year, basically, right? Not once you enroll in it, you get the $150, and then that covers you for
every single year. We have to apply for that designation.
Right.
So every single cohort that's coming through is earning those dollars, according to the way the bill reads at this point.
And then I may have missed it in the information we received, but the, I guess, reporting or how we show that we're meeting these extra requirements and layering on top of what we're already doing. Is that something that we're generally already doing, but we just have some extra paperwork to fill out? I'm oversimplifying it, obviously, but.
Absolutely. I mean, it entails looking at the benchmarks and maybe posting some documents on our webpage, making sure that we have our student parent handbook, and we are communicating with our families, engaging our families to be able to educate them on the pathways. That's already happening. Right. There's a lot going on right now that's so good. And it's aligned perfectly to that it would entail us just tweaking some of the things to meet those measures that are tied to the P-TECH accountability system.
So it's, in your opinion, it's not a significant jump in
not at all
reporting and metrics and whatever.
Our magnet directors were very excited about the opportunity. So
perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. Awesome. Any other questions? All right. Dr. Munoz, thank you very much for the presentation. Mr. Jarrett, thank you. Item C, campus consolidation update. This one does not have a name, so we'll go Ms. Chancellor.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, executive staff, and guests. I am here this evening to provide an update from the last time we all visited at the last board meeting on the behind the scenes of the consolidation process. We'll start from the day after our last board meeting. Are you able to hear me? Are you not able to hear me, Dr. Micah? Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me now? Okay, perfect. I'll be louder also. Okay, so starting from the day after we met on March 3rd at the last board meeting, March 4th through March 18th, several district leaders went out and actually walked the campuses at ACE, NETS, and NEAC, as well as Clear Spring Elementary School, in order to determine what needs to be moved and then any improvements that may need to be made at Clear Spring once the NEAC relocation occurs. March 20th, Human Resources sent out an email to employees at the 3 soon-to-be consolidated schools, letting them know that they would actually be coming out to the campuses to visit with them and communicate placements for the employees at those locations. On March 24th, we did receive our appraisal for both the NETS facility and the NEAC facility. On March 27th and March 28th, Human Resources met with those employees in person, as they said they would, to communicate their placements. At that time, 10 employees from Wilshire received placements, 14 from Clear Spring received placements, and 20 employees at Driscoll received their placements. On March 31st, an email was sent to staff at ACE, NETS, NEAC, Clear Spring, Wilshire, and Driscoll with instructions in the event that they wanted to order boxes to box up their personal items that we are going to move for them. The deadline to order the boxes was actually today, and then a second email was sent about a week and a half later after that first email, just with a reminder to let them know about the deadline. As of today, 155 responses have been received asking for 757 boxes. So we will comply with that. On April 3rd, April 7th, and April 8th, again, district leaders went out to walk, this time East Terrell Hills, El Dorado, and Cerna. The principals were also with them on these walks, and they wanted to really understand what needs may need to be done for any new students that are coming there to the receiving schools. Also during that time, a meeting with multiple departments took place so that they could document the moving plan, so that everyone knew their roles and what needed to be done, and anything that maybe one department hadn't thought that the other department had information about. On April 14th, Human Resources sent an email to the employees that had not yet been placed at those 3 locations, letting them know that placements will continue to be finalized in the coming weeks. Also today, HR met in person to communicate placements. They went out to Clear Spring and Driscoll. At Clear Spring, 16 employees received their placements, and 20 more employees from Driscoll received their placements, and they do have more meetings scheduled for Wednesday. On Wednesday, it's expected that 21 employees from Wilshire will receive their placements at that time. At this point, we have placed 106 employees. 6 have submitted their resignations. 86 right now are not placed. That's about 43%. So more than half have been placed in their new locations. Some things that continue to occur, the special education department continues to work with impacted families. They are planning virtual meetings with families, and 12 parents have actually scheduled those. Some parents actually canceled those after they met at the special education open house, which took place in March, because they were actually able to have one-on-one meetings there. 3 in-person Wilshire parent meetings occurred, 6 from Clear Spring and 1 from Driscoll. Also, the special education department has made 33 personal phone calls to those families. Counseling and guidance has had additional counseling support, as we let you know they would at our last meeting and our update. Pupil personnel services, Mr. Shoesmith, he continues to assist with the school choice process. If you'll recall, last time we let you know that typically school choice, you have one choice, but in this case, we are allowing for a second and third option for that. So Mr. Shoesmith continues to answer questions about that, work with families. All of those emails letting them know about the second and third choice were sent to the impacted campuses, as well as 4 elementary school campuses with 5th graders who would have gone to Driscoll. So all of those families received that information. Mr. Shoesmith continues to work with, let's say, if there's a sibling and they want to make sure that they're going to the same location. And if the impacted family's first choice has not worked out for them, then a phone call is made to let them know and discuss options for that second and third option. The email continues to go out every 72 hours to remind them that they haven't made their choice for the second and third choice if they are interested in that. So that continues to occur as well. And then today, the superintendent met with leaders of the NEISD community advocates to discuss the consolidation plan and address any of their concerns and questions. And that is the summary from the last time we met, and we are all here to answer any questions you may have about that.
Thank you for the update. I know it's a lot to digest, but does anybody have any immediate questions that pop into their mind? Ms. Landry?
Yes. Do we anticipate having a placement for all of the remaining 86 employees?
Ms. Landry, yes, ma'am, we do. If you recall, one of the things that we wanted to ensure is that our employees gave us kind of a list of things that they were looking for in terms, so we're trying to make those matches. And so those have to be very deliberate and take a little bit of time to make sure they're perfect matches. As we move on, we also have resignations that occur like they naturally do during this time of the school year, so we'll be able to make more of those matches. But our HR department's working very hard to ensure that employees know, they're communicating with them to let them know. We haven't gotten it yet, but we'll get there. So I know they're going to be going out, like Ms. Chancellor said, again on Wednesday to visit another school, and they want to do those in person, so that way there's a conversation with them as they do that.
And the number of resignations represented from these schools, is that on par with what our typical resignation rate is for 3 schools? Or 3 schools of
I would
those
say
sizes,
it's
I guess.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's pretty typical. These are smaller schools, so we had 8, but a lot of times we have folks that are leaving. They're moving out of San Antonio. There's a lot of very reasons why they would be resigning, and so some of them are leaving the profession for different reasons, starting a business, whatever it may be. But yeah, it's pretty typical.
Okay, thank you.
Have we, following up on that, have we received any direct feedback that any resignations are due to the consolidation plan?
I don't have that information. Ms. Whitten, if you have any of that.
And I don't need a number or anything like that, but.
We haven't received specific information.
Okay.
We did have one individual that, when met with them to provide them the assignment, they did indicate they were already looking for opportunities outside of the district.
Okay. Thank you. As far as the numbers of students go, I know we're getting school choice applications in and people being notified like right now.
Yes, sir.
How are we, I guess, tracking based on what we thought the percentages of students that would go to the receiving schools versus those that are either now flipping to another school or instead of going to Garner, they want to go to Harris or vice versa? Do we have that information? I guess what I'm getting at is in our presentation, we kind of went on the assumption that, okay, let's say Garner is going to go from 60% occupied to 73%.
Sure.
Are we going to be at 73% or are we going to be at 65%? Do we have any trends or any way to know how we're looking right now?
Not at this time, Mr. Byer. I know our school choice, we're going to start letting, the notifications are actually beginning this week, so we're letting them know. We have seen at times, and this is just generally, that sometimes we'll offer a school choice placement and then a parent chooses not to go. And so I hate to put something solid just based on what we have for school choice, because that happens on normal years where they decide, you know what, never mind, I just want to go to the school that I'm supposed to go to. But those are definitely some numbers that we can provide to you in the future as we get them.
Yeah, I would say as they come, and again, I know that's all, especially with the school choice, we just can't assume, obviously, that everybody's going to say, okay, my school is Garner, so I'm going to go to, or my school is Harris, so I'm going to go to Harris. And so making sure we're keeping track of that. So I think one of our concerns during the discussion of this is that we don't get into a situation where now a school is being looked at again sooner than we wanted to, because they haven't hit some threshold that we're looking at for efficiency. So just things to keep in mind. Any other questions? Ms. Cox?
I just had one regarding school choice. So by the end of the week, students and parents should know which school they'll be attending.
So it's a process, Ms. Cox. We employee child transfer, school choice, so because some of them are a little bit complicated because there may be a sibling involved and we have to go through. So we want to just ensure that everything's done. So I would say over the next several weeks, this process starts. Usually we start that in early May, and so we're doing it sooner, but it does take a process, so it's probably about 2 or 3 weeks of that going bit by bit, kind of like what's happening with our employees and their placements. It's taking a few weeks just to ensure that we get everything done correctly and we're not moving too fast where mistakes occur.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes. When y'all were walking ETH and Cerna and El Dorado, so the students who are coming in, are they going to be in physical, like, building classrooms, or are they going to be using portable buildings?
Yes, so the principals have identified existing spaces within the building, classroom spaces, for those students to expand those grade levels if they're adding, for example, a 5th grade class. And then there are some staff members who are on the campus who would be displaced potentially to portables. Okay. So we are using the classroom spaces for students.
Okay, perfect. And then when you were looking at Clear Spring for alternative, were there any major things that need to be changed?
Yeah, the plumbing, the restrooms at Clear Spring. First off, they're small, like there may only be 2 stalls there. The fixtures being lower for an elementary school. Also, the security of what the campus has now, what NEIAC is used to now. For example, the number of cameras that they have within the internal building, very different than an elementary school layout. So yes, there is a pretty good list for Clear Spring of things that we need to do. Good news is we've already started some work there. Okay. The things that we could do in overnight hours, we have begun that work. And Barry Lamford and his team have been terrific in identifying things that we could get started on that wouldn't be disruptive to the existing Clear Spring campus. And they've begun that work. And then other things, of course, would have to happen over the summertime.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Landry?
So, Ms. Thompson brought up a question in my mind. With those changes that we have to make to Clear Spring, are we still falling within the budgeted amount that we expected to gain back from the closure of the schools? Are we, when you smiled and said we've already started, I thought you were going to say, or when you said good news, I thought you were going to say the good news is it's not going to cost us anything else. And then I heard you say we already got started. So are we keeping a close eye on what that budget is and what the costs associated with all these changes or how they're impacting our budget and what we're actually saving?
Yes, Mrs. Landry. So we're completing the work with our own folks. So we don't have labor hours from someone from the outside that we're paying, for example. Assets like cameras, we are moving from NEIAC to Clear Spring. So there is a lot that we are reusing to reduce that budget impact. As far as the actual total dollar amount, I don't have that ready for you this evening to provide that to you. We're continuing to walk campuses. We're not done with our walks yet. And then we are making those lists. But we are doing as much in-house with in-house materials as we can.
And I'll just remind everyone that the impact of one elementary is about Mr. Villarreal, about $1 million or $1.2 million. I can promise you this, we're going to come nowhere close to that in order to switch it over to NEIAC. And so, and that money then will be recurring, 1.2 million year over year over year.
Restroom redesign sounds
The restroom redesign is more about lifting things or putting in. But again, we're utilizing items and relocating them. Okay?
Thank you.
And some restrooms are fine. I mean, it's not every restroom. I'm sorry. So some restrooms are fine because there's an ADA height requirement that we could still meet that with our older students as well. So it's not every restroom we're having to modify.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Any other questions or comments? Yep. Thank you all for putting that all together, Ms. Chancellor. Thank you for the update, and Ms. Caldwell. All right. Seeing no other questions, we'll move on to item 10, Superintendent Comments.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I just have a few here this evening. So I hope that you've seen the good news recently that NEISD was voted the #1 school district in the 25 My Essay Express News Reader's Choice Award. So, yep. So just so you know, look, we would never be #1 without the incredible teachers and staff that we have in our school district. So, hey, that's the second time we've won first and second time in 3 years. So that's pretty good stuff. You all have been attending our SUMA ceremonies at our high schools, which of course celebrate those that are making 100 or above for their grade point average. In all, we will celebrate more than 500 seniors throughout our high schools with this honor this year. NEISD's Department of Procurement and E-Commerce is proud to be recognized by the Texas Association of School Business Officials, or TASB, with a 2025 Award of Merit for Purchasing Operations. The Award of Merit recognizes entities that are committed to following professional standards in the acquisition of goods and services. This marked the 17th straight year for Northeast Procurement to receive this award, a feat only one other Texas school district has achieved. So congrats to Valerie. And then our Career and Technical Education, or CTE department, hosted a student job fair designed to connect students with potential employers. More than 300 interested Northeast students were bussed over to Blossom Athletic Center, where nearly 50 potential employers were waiting for them. The job fair provided our students an incredible opportunity to explore the many career paths that are available to them. So that is all for tonight, sir. Thank you.
Very awesome. Always good news to hear good news. So, thank you, Dr. Micah. All right, item 11, report on required board training, a state board rule on board member continuing education announcement of credit. So you all received an email from Mrs. Turner about what continuing education we needed to get. I use it as a reminder for myself and everybody else that, we need to make sure we're keeping on top of that as best we can, and if we need Ms. Turner to help point us in the direction to where we can find that information, again, pointing that finger at myself to make sure we meet the required continuing education within the time frame. And I know she's provided some additional information to everybody about getting that. And so I do need to ask a point. I don't know if Dr. Mike, or Ms. Turner, you can chime in about what we actually need to do tonight. As far as, I know it says we're supposed to reflect in the minutes that we have met the requirement or exceeded the requirement, but then there is reporting procedures afterwards if any of us by April 30th don't meet that requirement.
So
you can help me.
Two trainings are scheduled for April 21st and to April 27th. So the requirement is to have all the training done by April the 30th.
Right.
So there will still be one trustee that is missing one opportunity for training. So we're working with Region 20 to get that done.
Okay.
At this point, I don't know if it's going to happen before April 30th.
Sure.
But it will happen very soon after that.
Okay.
So
Okay.
for now, I think we're okay.
Okay.
But we'll know more probably tomorrow when we speak to Region 20 about the additional trustee.
And for all of us up here, basically, I think what happens is the minutes get posted on the in our minutes on the website, and they'll reflect if anybody's still deficient after April 30th. until such time that those hours are made up. So
Yes.
I think everybody's going to be on it or close. So we will get with everybody individually, or Ms. Turner will, to help with that.
Yes.
But yeah, we have to do our job to educate ourselves just like everybody else. So that is all we have for that on today. All right. Item 12, Board Business A, possible action regarding candidate endorsement for the TASB Board of Directors, Region 20, Position D. You all received some information in our packet that there is an individual in Bernie, Richard Sena, who has decided to run for the position again and to go for re-election. And in looking at this, I included this information so that we can either have a quick discussion about it, but my recommendation is to, unless there's somebody feels very strongly about wanting to nominate somebody or themselves for this position, hang on one second. My recommendation would be to not take any action on this particular item this evening, and we will receive information from TASB when the time comes that they're electing these board of directors. Really, if there's somebody that's interested in doing it, I would almost rather support those individuals here rather than try to force anybody to, at this exact specific moment, to represent on the board of directors. But again, unless somebody feels very strongly about it, I would suggest we take no action, and when those candidates come to us, then we can evaluate that and cast our votes as accordingly. So, does anybody have any comments or questions?
I'll just say I feel much more comfortable with that.
Well, I think that there's other people, and one is sitting in this room right now, that I think would do a really good job at this. And if I remember correctly, wasn't Terry on the board of directors at one time?
She was at one point, yes. She expressed an interest in doing that in the time.
So what you're trying to say is you're expressing no interest at this time and you want to table it.
So I appreciate the support on that. I personally, at this point, don't have the capacity to do something of that nature. And so maybe in the future it'd be something to look at, but I don't personally. I'm happy if somebody else wants to look at that and put Northeast in that position. But I know with 4 new trustees and the other 3 of us that have been on the board with our schedules, if it's not something we think we can absolutely commit to, then I think we wait until we get whoever those candidates are, evaluate them, cast our votes as such, because you have to get 25%, and if we start diluting things, I don't want to take away from a position that maybe goes to a district that isn't as close to us necessarily, and that kind of thing. So that's my comment, but I'll entertain any other options or suggestions. Do we have to make a motion to table? Or do we, I would say on this item, we'll just take no action and leave it at that. But thank you, Ms. Villar, I appreciate that.
I think you'd be amazing, but okay.
All right.
Keep my mouth shut.
We will move on to item B, discussion of possible action regarding School Health Advisory Council, SHAC member appointments. We had a trustee, just in Ms. Shelton's group, she provided a name. She had somebody she had to drop off and added a new name. So that's been provided to Ms. Turner to update the roster. So I guess we have to say all those in favor.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Okay, because of the parameters which we've kind of locked ourselves into, I'm having a difficult time, filling, because I've had some, health issues and other things where they could not do or fulfill their requirements. So what I'm asking is, how do we handle that? Because I have some vacancies.
Right, and so there is a, I don't know, we had been getting sort of regular reports on the online application, so there potentially a pool of people from your single-member district that either over the course of the last year that we could get provided to you, and you could look through that to double-check to see if there's anybody on there from your specific district. Start there, and then if not, we can find what other avenues. Either we can look and promote that, or if there's people listening now and you're in Ms. Villarreal's single member district, she's looking for applicants for the shack. So that would be my suggestion, that we'll work through that avenue first and then see. So I guess if Ms. Turner, you're able can provide that to Ms. Villarreal, that would be helpful. Any other questions?
It's not a question.
Oh, so I did want to say, we have also been provided, before we vote on Ms. Shelton's member, we have been provided a list of attendants and members. If there are some on that attendance list that you need to reach out to just to remind or check with, please do. As an individual trustee, it's your responsibility to check in with them if they are having difficulty making the meetings or have any concerns. So if you don't mind checking in and making sure that they're still good, or if you need to look at switching people out, we can look at that. So, but that's just my house cleaning update. So with that, if there are no other questions or comments, do I have a trustee make a motion to approve the updated shack roster? Thank you, Ms. Shelton. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 5-0. 7-0, sorry. I'll get there. Item C, legislative update. This is for Dr. Micah. Before he does it, I've asked Dr. Micah to provide us with a, kind of like we did last month, an item. And I know, Ms. Cox, you were interested in this as well, or you actually were wanting us to do this, and I helped second that for you. But we have asked Dr. Micah to kind of give us their top 2, 3, 4 legislative items that they are currently tracking, to give us an update where we stand with the state.
Thank you, Mr. Byer. So I'm going to introduce you to our Director for Government Relations, Mr. Jacob Bywaters. There he is, young, full of energy. Love when he goes to the Capitol with me. It's always entertaining. But what he's going to do is give us about a 10-minute kind of brief. And Mr. Byer, what I asked him to do is kind of talk about the process a bill goes, because there are a ton of bills that gets filed, but some never move and some we don't. So he's just going to talk very briefly kind of through about kind of how a bill goes about, and then he's going to end with a conversation around some of the bills that we're watching. And in fact, as he was listening to us up here talking, he goes, "Hey, that's actually this bill." And he goes, "Do you remember where we were at?" And I said, "Well, bring it up to them, because since we talked about it tonight." So, Jacob, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Dr. Micah, and good evening, Mr. President, board members, executive staff, and guests. I want to take some time and really start talking a little bit about the general dynamics of the legislature. Pardon me. We've heard a lot of talk about the Senate kind of moving faster than the House, and that is traditional. Typically, the House takes about 60 days or so to really get rolling. It's a much bigger body. There's a lot more turnover, things of that nature. So it takes a bit for the Speaker to set committee assignments, to appoint chairs. There's a lot of feedback taken from the community, taken from stakeholders, and so there's a lot of bills filed. So with the Senate, it's a smaller body, they typically get rolling pretty quickly, and that has happened this session. Senate started passing bills in March, and they have just continued to do so. Just recently, the House has started to hear bills on the floor and pass them out. So the House is typically behind a little bit, but it is starting to speed up, and they will catch up pretty quickly. So expect that to be happening. June 2nd is what they call a sine die. that is the end of the legislative session. It can be extended with a special session should the governor call for it, but that is the last day legislation can be heard in a regular session. I want to talk a little bit about how a bill moves as well. I think it's really important when we talk about these things, we take stock that there are a lot of steps and processes to this. It starts by a bill being filed. The deadline for that is March 14th. That has already happened. There will be no new bills filed this regular session. There might be amendments you hear about, but there will be no new legislation filed. When a bill is filed, it will be brought up on the House for first reading and be referred to a committee. That committee is made up of a group of subject matter experts from the House or the Senate, where they will hear this bill. Essentially, they'll hear the bill, they'll take some public testimony. There's often amendments, committee substitutes made to the bill. So there's a lot of edits and changes when you're in the committee process. It can take some time. When it kind of finishes that and the committee is happy with it, they will vote on it. Typically, when it's reported out favorably, we'll go to the full body, where the body will debate the bill, amend it as needed, and then pass it further, or deny it there and kill it right there. Should it pass, it will go to the opposite chamber, where it will go through the exact same process. It will go through committee, you'll hear testimony. Oftentimes, there'll be some changes there, but they have to be favorable to the author in the other chamber. Otherwise, you go to what's called conference committee, where representatives from both chambers have to come together and either A, hammer out their differences and come together on a bill that they both like, or B, kind of leave the bill to die and run out of time. Anyway, it'll go through the opposite chamber, the same process, debate, it will pass and go to the governor's desk, or it will fail and obviously be killed and be brought up next session. The reason that's important is because in the legislature right now, we are still pretty early. I know we're relatively far along, but this moves pretty quickly at the end. In the Senate, we're on kind of the step where they're starting to hear some House bills in their committee. In the House, they're just now starting to hear some of their own House bills, right? So we're still a long way away. There's a lot of committee that needs to happen. A lot of the bills we hear about are not done deals. So with that, I want to talk a little bit about the legislature's focus this session. And there's been a ton of issues, right? Water infrastructure is something we hear about a lot, especially in rural Texas. Banning synthetic THC, like Delta 8 and Delta 9, have been pretty tall priorities for some folks in the legislature. Affordable housing as well, the Lottery Commission, all that fun stuff. But make no mistake, this is an education session. That's just how it has been. Thus far, there's been 1,400 bills, more than 1,400 bills specifically related to education filed in the House and the Senate. Compared to the last legislative session, we're at about 1,000. So certainly a lot of legislation focusing on education. The two big elephants in the room are HB2 and SB2. SB2 being the school choice, ESA voucher, whatever you want to call it, bill, and HB2 being the school finance bill. And you can't talk about one without talking about the other, right? HB2 is kind of the vehicle to get SB2 on the governor's desk. SB2 is, being the voucher bill, the priority for some folks in leadership who want to see it passed. So, talking a little bit about SB2, it appropriates $1 billion this next year for this ESA project. That said, some people in the budget board expect that to grow dramatically in the year after, but the ESA system in the bill is created as kind of a tier system, prioritizing students with special needs and economically disadvantaged students. In fact, the bill does say that only 20% of the funds can be used for students who are not economically disadvantaged and not special needs. I'll leave it at that. Each student in the program will receive roughly $10,000 or so for their ESA, and a homeschool kid will receive $2,000 should they apply for the program. So that's SB2. Moving over to HB2, that is a very large school finance bill. So essentially, that bill raises the basic allotment by $395. A lot of it is already earmarked for things like
for us, $395.
Correct. Yes.
For Northeast.
Correct. A lot of that is already earmarked for things like special education, things like a fine arts allotment. teacher raises, things like that. But what you take out of HB2 is rural schools are the big winners. It significantly increases that rural and mid-sized allotment that we see, to the point where if you go into some of the runs, you'll be shocked by some of the numbers you get out of those groups. Last point is this bill does not fully fund at least our public schools. We saw the runs. I'm sure there'll be more coming out. Representative Buckley's office announced that those coming from the Education Committee are available this evening for the members, so we should be seeing those pretty quickly. However, that is important to know. Some other notable topics I want to bring up just to kind of touch on, and then I'll finish up, I promise. Accountability. We're seeing bills like HB4 and SB 1962, which pertain to the lawsuits. These give TEA some pretty wide powers to hold districts accountable, and some ability to really punish the schools who try and fight the release of these accountability scores. School discipline and teacher rights is a big issue in the legislature right now. HB6 is a wide change to Chapter 37 that we're seeing. A bill like SB 27 proposes a teacher bill of rights, which also gives them some ability to remove disruptive students, allows, basically it gives districts, or at least teachers, a little bit more leeway to get rid of some of those disruptive students out of their classroom. So we're watching bills like that. Parental rights has been another big issue. SB 12 puts into law that the parent has the right to dictate the moral and religious upbringing of their child. Talks a little bit about some DEI things as well. And SB 13 additionally kind of gives parents a lot more leeway and access into school libraries. So all of those are priority legislation from leadership in both houses. And so we're watching these as well as a ton of other bills. And I'm happy to take any other questions, but I do want to kind of leave us with, if you all haven't checked out TLO, which is Texas Legislature Online, I really encourage you to do so. It's a great way, a free tool to track all this legislation. You can see every filed bill. You can see every vote on the bill. You can even watch it live if you so choose. It's very accessible, very easy to use. If anybody's interested in the link, it's just capital.texas.gov. And I really do. I mean, it's like an onion. You can look at it, take away a lot of stuff, but if you really dive into it, it just kind of continues to grow, and you can really take away quite a bit. And it's the best way, in my opinion, to keep track of the legislature without actually being in Austin every day. So I want to close by kind of emphasizing we're a long way away from June 2nd. Things will change. I fully expect things to change. HB2 and SB2 are on the floor on Wednesday. So if you want to tune in, feel free. I certainly will be, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you very much for the time, and it's a pleasure to meet you in person.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bywaters. I appreciate the update. We have a few questions or comments. We'll start with Ms. Cox and then move to you, Ms. Shelton.
Thank you, Jacob. It's very nice to meet you.
Yes, ma'am.
So that HB6, there's a part in there too also that would repel HB 114, right?
I believe so. I'd have to go check specifically, but I do believe so off the top of my head.
So I just wondered, is that the only bill that deals with the habitually bad behavior, or is that just one that seems to?
That's priority legislation in the House. Yep. That said, there are a lot of bills like HB6. There are a number. SB 27 specifically, HB6. HB6 has a companion in the House. Representative Dutton has a bill that passed through as well. The numbers I'd have to go back and check, but there are quite a few that deal with safety and discipline in the classroom.
Okay, and also the SB 13, that would task school board members with having a hand in picking library books, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just one other, is there any sort of legislation, I know there is, but any legislation that we're tracking in terms of cell phone usage in the classroom?
There is actually. It's something Dr. Micah and I went to Austin to discuss with a number of legislators. We are tracking several of those bills. We've seen a little movement, but thus far nothing's gone to the floor yet.
Because really that's probably best left at the local level. But do you have any sort of sense if one of those bills might make it through?
If I were to speculate,
become a bill?
And Dr. Micah, might be better able to answer this, but it is our priority piece. It has wide bipartisan support. The House piece carried by Representative Fairley out of Amarillo, signed on to by a large majority of public education. And then on the Senate side, Senator Campbell and Senator Creighton, who's the chairman of the K through 16 committee, both had legislation on this. So I do expect it to move. That said, SB2 and HB2 are going to kind of take all of the oxygen right now.
Sure, that's fair. Thank you
Right.
very much.
And
Welcome to the team.
Ms. Cox, I will tell, at least the feeling I get from most when you speak to them is trying to leave it very broad and basically direct school boards and districts to create a policy around cell phone use. We have gone, and Jacob has been really instrumental in getting us into a lot of offices outside of the Bexar County delegation, but all across the state of Texas, into people that are talking about this, and we've gotten to go in and tell kind of our story and how we've done it here, and then as well as share some of the information that I've found over the years from attending safety conferences and things. And they've all been extremely receptive, and we've actually sent some language over to some folks as well. So I predict something will pass, quite frankly. I think it will. But to Jacob's point, HB2 and S, they're just sucking up. Until those things get done, I'm not sure we're going to see much more flying. Would that be fair?
I would agree. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Welcome on board.
Thank you very much. I'm thrilled to be here.
I'm really glad you're here. It was a fantastic report. And I probably shouldn't ask the first question because you probably don't know the answer, but how do we define economically disadvantaged?
I would have to look in the statute. It is in the bill.
So it is in the bill.
And I don't want to give an exact figure. The number I've seen is approximately $160,000 for a family of 4.
It is considered 500% above the poverty line.
Correct.
There you go.
Okay.
That's
All right.
how they define
According to
economically disadvantaged.
Okay.
All right.
Uh,
That I
right.
believe
Well,
that's what Ms. Shelton
I'm
is
sorry.
speaking
I'm
to,
starting
correct?
from the very
you're,
first.
You're speaking about ESAs.
Yes.
And what they classify.
Right.
That's how I took it.
Right.
Because ECODIS
Right.
in education is very different.
Right.
But they're defining it as 500% above the poverty line.
Okay. Okay. Excellent. Is there I love that you've been in the rooms before, and so I would ask, is there an opportunity for us to have any amendments to SB2? Do you see a way that we can amend something to the bill?
Is it possible? Absolutely. And
Is it probable? Maybe I should
Probable?
ask that's probably the wrong question. Possible.
It's difficult to say. I mean, just to be honest with you, SB2 is, I don't want to give my opinion here, but there is
Sure.
certainly some question as to where folks stand on it right now. I will tell you, there will be a ton of amendments proposed. That I can tell you for a fact. Whether any of them will pass, we will see. It really depends on 5 or 6 rural Republicans where they end up on this bill.
Do they like us? Can we give them some language that we'd like them to consider? And let me tell you what my concern is. I am concerned that you labeled a bunch of other amendments that we're going to have kind of unfunded mandates that we're going to be responsible for putting in place without the funds to do that. I'm also concerned that I believe every child deserves an amazing education, whatever that costs, right? So
Absolutely.
whatever that costs. I'm concerned, though, that we will be at a disadvantage because we won't have the same amount of resources, but we will be expected to do the same things that other districts that are getting more money than us, or private schools, charter schools, et cetera, that are getting more money than us, will have to do. And so if there is an opportunity for us to suggest or influence with some of the language that helps us come out of this even, right? I just want us to be even. I just want to give us a fair playing field. You saw 125 kids. Like, we will do well. We just need the same opportunity and the same resources. And so that's my one question for you.
I definitely, we're more than happy to work with, if you have an idea for an amendment, we would love to see it. I mean, that,
Okay.
number one, absolutely. And we're happy to reach out to our legislators. I mean, we have people within our delegation and then people outside of the Bexar County delegation as well. We're more than happy to meet with those folks and see if if we can get these
Mi-
filed.
Miss Shelton, I will tell you from going to Austin now too many times, and I'm not just talking about this session, I'm talking about prior sessions. What they will tell you when you say unfunded mandate, the way I try to phrase it is underfunded mandate. Okay? Because you oftentimes will get into arguments, and depends on which lens you wish to view it through, on whether that is or is not. Okay? What we try to do, and I will tell you, so Jacob we were really trying to get into a few offices. They refused to meet with us. Okay? Because we're in education. Because, I'm sorry, I never look over here and I feel bad. I get looking this way. Because my gut, and nobody tells you definitively it, but they're tired of listening to educators yell at them and attack them. And so when Miss Caldwell sat in Jacob's role last session, I told her we're going to go up through points of convergence. We're going to start to places we can agree and then work our way out from that. That has, we've done that as well this session. Like, look, last week he very quickly got us into 2 rooms. And so we packed up and ran up there right before Max Summa grad, right? Because that was the opportunity we could to have that discussion. But you always, even when we got in there, one room was still hesitant to actually meet with us, because their expectation is that we're going to come in yelling or being combative. And what we're trying to do is absolutely not. We're here to work with you, not against you. We'll tell you our opinions and so forth, and we'll offer. Honestly, even in some of the places we've been, they've been very receptive to changes in language. One of our safety bill, I shouldn't say it's ours, but one of the bills on safety is our exact language that we supplied embedded in it. All right? So certain topics are much easier to approach than others, but we continue to go up there and put drops in the bucket of wanting to work with them and be seen as a resource rather than be alienated from the discussion. So there's opportunities, always. But sometimes, and again, we've been up there, I don't know how many times now, but this last time, we figured out where the consternation was around something we're wanting, and now he's already got us in that room. So we're going back up there to go have that discussion with that individual member around their consternation, because it's their brainchild. But if you follow the law, if you follow the bills, their name never appears in any of them. But that's where the consternation's coming from. So that's what helps as you sit in multiple rooms having great discussions.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it.
No, thank you.
I'll call the big man and see what he thinks about my thoughts.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Any other questions? Ms. Gigi?
So I've been seeing a lot recently about writing and calling at a time when I thought it perhaps was too late for that. I understand the power earlier on, which I certainly was doing that. Is this $395, which I think a whole bunch of it is earmarked, and I think, I'm just going to say, maybe I'm wrong, but correct me if I am, the teacher pay raises, I think, are misleading, because I think most of that is for TIA qualifying teachers. Is that wrong?
I think there's a Senate bill and a House bill, but yes, they are emphasizing quite a bit on TIA. Absolutely.
So most teachers won't be impacted by that.
So I'll go down this now. I'm going to get fired up on a horse here, but when you look at these bills for the budget, it's very frustrating to me. I have gone to Austin, and Deb, correct me if I'm wrong, because you've been up there. I've said you got to quit talking about the big four. There are more people in the system than teachers, librarians, counselors, and nurses. There are paraprofessionals and bus drivers and custodians and those folks. Okay, So, well, we're not talking about the big four anymore. Now we're only talking about one. We're talking about teachers. And so when you take a look at that, and then they layer in TIA, they layer in the final arts allotment, that it all sounds all this great money, but there's really not a whole lot. But it'll sound like it's a lot. Ultimately leaving you pretty much with not much of anything, to be quite frank. And we've had that discussion about kind of its impact. I'm deeply concerned that we're up there, and Miss Hurd, I know you're out there, and you know I've always fought for this, is they're leaving out some really important people. And what I stated is, when you don't take care of these folks, our teachers pick it up when we can't hire them. You're overburdening them, thinking you're taking care of them, right? But depending on the room you're sitting in is whether they're listening or not. Because, my opinion, I think some of them have made up their mind already, while others are receptive to a discussion. Again, Jacob very quickly deployed up to Austin to go to the House Committee, Pub Ed Committee, because we heard, or he heard, I should say, that the ESA bill was up for a vote, and they weren't going to broadcast it, and nor were they allowing any public comment because it was a formal meeting. So he said, I think I should be up there. I said, absolutely, you should be up there. So he got to sit in the room and kind of gauge, and you could see, and I appreciate, because he was sending me updates, kind of the tension, or the dynamic tension maybe in the room between some of those members. And even though it voted out, you could definitely hear one of those key members had a lot of consternation around ESAs, and does not sound like they're a win yet. And if you look across the state, you see that different organizations are targeting certain members with flyers about pressure them to vote a certain way. So you can definitely see this dynamic that's coming about.
So back to that original, that $395, which is almost all earmarked as I understand it.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a set number right now? Is it worth the call? Is it worth the one more letter? And my legislators, I think, have made their minds up. They're very, I'm just going to say anti-public education. Perhaps that's something I shouldn't say, but I think I'm correct about that. So is it worth it, or is that number set, would you say?
Personally, I'm always an advocate for making the call. I mean, that's just me. Whether it feels like it's heard or not, I do think it matters. To answer your first question about the $395 being set, HB2 has not gone through the House or the Senate yet, and the Senate had a similar bill with a much lower cost associated with it. So that $395 basic allotment is what the House would want. I can't guarantee that's what that looks like when it goes through the Senate, because we're talking about a $7 billion cost when it comes to HB2. The Senate version of that bill, it was closer to $4.5 billion statewide. So I would prefer not to speculate, but I wouldn't say that number is set in stone whatsoever.
And Jacob, correct me if I'm wrong, but again, so our $395, that's what the runs show us getting. In some rural districts, that's well over $2,500 per child. Okay? So there is a very wide disparity, and we can sit here and speculate as to the why that is, but it's pretty large. And again, I agree, rural does not garner the revenue that we do and so forth, so there needs to be, but it's pretty cavernous. I've never seen, and Deb, you followed the ledge for a long, I've never seen that kind of disparity between systems when they're talking finance. Like, it's large.
So at the risk of beating a dead horse, because I will put energy into coming up with verbiage for an amendment, do we have friends in a room that if we come up with language that is a win-win, win for us, win for them, they would likely carry it forward. Democrat, Republican, I don't really care. Do we have friends in the room with power that would put it and talk to their friends to help make it more palatable for us?
I would say we are more than happy to make I mean,
Ooh,
we
that
do
sounds like
have
a no.
people. Well, I wouldn't say, when you say with power, that's the part that gives me pause on this.
So, right, like if I put something, if you give me something and I write it down, I could go talk to my budget buddy and say, you know, Melinda, here's why I think this is a good deal. And she would listen to me. Now, she may or may not, because we don't always vote the same, right? So
Absolutely.
she may or may not agree, but she would listen with an open ears and an open heart and really genuinely consider it, right?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
that's what and then together, if I can convince her, then now we can go to Miss Villarreal and say, you know, we really think this is great. Now, we would never do that, anything that was on the agenda, let's just be clear. But just the idea, right? Because I really will put thought hours into what is the amendment, but if we don't have anyone that will carry that forward for us, then I'd rather use my energy somewhere else.
Yeah, Ms. Shelton, what I would tell you is it depends on what you're doing. I think certain topics up there, people aren't listening, and I think certain topics, they are open to listening. It all depends on, like if you were to tell me I have an amendment to not pass ESAs, I'm going to tell you I don't think anybody's going to listen. I think that is the discussion. Whether they can pass it ultimately or not, I don't know. But I don't think we're going to be listened to about not doing it, right? So what I would tell you is, let's have a conversation, and I can kind of hear what it is and talk with Jacob and say, hey, do we think? But I can probably answer and tell you they're either going to listen to this. Like when we go up and talk cell phones, everybody listens. Like it is universally fine, no matter which room we walk in, they will talk about that one with us. School safety, pretty universal. They'll talk to us about school safety, right? So you got to pick the topic.
All right, so in essence of time, I'd like to move on to some of the other business, but Jacob, thank you for the update. And if anybody has any specific things that they want Dr. Micah or Jacob to look at for us, you can email them directly. And I will say, if there is anything, I guess you have to be a little bit careful that if there is language being crafted that's sort of on behalf of the district, then that will probably need to come before all of us to look at before it is submitted, just because we can't have one trustee sort of crafting language on behalf of the district without all trustees. Can't go rogue. Can't go rogue. So, not suggesting that it couldn't be done. I just want to make sure that's thrown out there so we're not going along. So, anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Thank you for the time.
All right, item 13, new business for possible board action. A, board policy. 1, possible action regarding board policy update 124. Dr. Micah.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you saw in your packet, which is rather large, but there were really, so just as a reminder, legal policies you do not adopt. They are part of law. All right, so there's no vote. Really, the ones tonight are those 9 local policies that you do adopt because they are local policies. So my staff is here to answer any questions, if there are any, about those 9.
I'm just going to go ahead and I was going to start at the top of the 9, and I'll just call out the policy letters, and then if anybody has questions, we can talk about that, and we can just kind of go through them one at a time and then vote at the end, or motions or whatever that is. So policy CAA local, does anybody have any questions or comments?
Can I
Yes,
ask
Andrew.
that we go in order that the policies are in our packet? Because the order in the list jumps around compared to what we have in here.
I think, yeah, it looked like one got submitted ahead of the others for some reason. I'm not sure why. So it's just CFC is the one that came up first, but then after that, then it goes in order. So I would prefer just do it in order that's on the action item that was that was posted. I believe they're all in order after that. It's just CFC got posted before all the summaries for some reason. Like the PDF got a little turned around. So we're gonna start with CAA local, which is the fiscal management goals and objectives, financial ethics. Do I have anybody with any questions related to that one?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I do, David.
You do? I'm
Yes.
sorry, Ms.
It's
Thompson.
really
What was it?
quick. I just noticed that designee was struck. What was the reasoning?
TASB likes to do that.
Oh, okay.
We have never
Okay.
received, I've never received an answer, other than it gives the superintendent, and by virtue of that, it allows for designee, but if I'm misinterpreting that, somebody please.
Yeah, no, they actually did give us a rationale, did they not, Mr. Jimenez,
sir.
between
It was-
designee and superintendent?
It's that it's implied,
And I-
because the superintendent has authority to have a designee for anything, so they didn't need to add it in there, because it's implied.
Similar to where you may see policies where they scratch out a dash and then put the dash back in. I mean, there's some very weird formatting things, but any other questions on CAA? All right, CDA, which is other revenues, investments. Any questions on CDA? CFC local, this is the one that ended up at the front of the packet. This is for accounting audits.
Yeah, CFC.
No. On our agendas, the cover sheet for this item lists all 9 policies. And so I'm taking those in order as they're listed on the agenda item.
Is this policy, the local policy, also a recommendation from TASB? Is that?
This was, I believe the information we received is that it was a policy crafted with the assistance of our internal audit director. Yes, Ms. Shoesmith is here, and so it was a collaboration with TASB and our own director. So does anybody have questions about CFC local?
I do. Our previous local policy was very, very slim, and the new one is interesting. It's very different from the policies that we usually have. And
Yes,
I
ma'am.
don't know how much I should ask up here, or if we should be asking questions in executive session.
I think it's fine out here. Yes, ma'am. It is different. It's one of the only local policies that TASB does not write for us or provide us with an example of a local policy. The internal audit, the CFC local, is essentially a school district's internal audit charter and mandate. It allows the audit department to exist. Without that local policy, a school district cannot have an audit department. And so, yes, it's quite old. You'll see the 3 sentences that were changed. That was when the department was developed 34 years ago in 1991. It has not been updated since then. And so this update came from collaboration with some of my peers throughout the state who are also doing the same update to their CFC local due to some requirements in the audit world as of January of this year. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about the specific verbiage, where that came from. Or.
Okay. And so some of this reads as if it should be implied. And so it kind of raised a flag in my mind of, we went from 3 sentences to 5 pages. So there's quite a bit here, but it's quite pointed in some of the bullet points. And I'm trying to get back to my, one of the things that, ensuring compliance with laws and or regulations. That wasn't something that we had to have stated in the policy previously. And really, is that a given, or?
I'm sorry, what section are you speaking about?
Let's see. Well, so commitment to global internal audit standards. The first bullet point says that ensuring compliance with laws and or regulations.
Yes, ma'am. So that section there, it speaks specifically about the IIA, which is the internal, our internal audit guiding group. That's a global group throughout the world that most audit firms take guidance from. Essentially, they create our standards, our global standards, and specifically because we're a audit entity of a public entity, so there's another level of that. There are certain public sector guidelines that internal audit departments are required to assure the board of. And so one of the many things that an audit department is tasked with would be ensuring compliance with laws. So we do a lot of compliance and regulatory review. We ensure that all the processes, the things that we look at within the district, are following our policies, our procedures, our rules, all laws within the state of Texas. So that's our criteria that we base everything on when we audit. We're auditing back to the rules, essentially. So that's what that's.
And the global internal audit standards, if I read correctly, that was one they just updated that took effect January of this year.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Or the new
standards came into effect.
correct.
So that's something that I've been working on, knowing it was coming, and then this, so this has been in draft mode for quite some time, very necessary, of course. And so many of these topics throughout here that you see, the topic of independence, the topic of objectivity, these are all the major standards that any audit department, internal audit department, public or private, in corporate world, if they have an internal audit department, these same standards and rules apply. This is our guiding policies that we do all of our work by. So this is something that you could find in most internal audit groups in some form or fashion. These are the standard tenets that we do our work by.
Okay, and it's a little bit concerning that some of these things seem to be implied, like following the rules and the laws. Is that a necessary? Is it necessary to be part of the policy? I don't know. It's a lot. That seems to be something that we would expect of the position, right? Something that the legal policy may indicate.
Our legal policy actually is the entire document is specific to our external auditors and what they do. It doesn't talk about internal audit whatsoever. So this policy is specific to the internal audit group within NEISD and what we can and cannot do, what authority we are granted by the Board of Trustees, our inner workings within the department, the responsibilities of myself, the responsibilities of my team, and everything that guides what we do. So yeah, our legal policy will not mention any of this. Or yes, the legal policy does not mention any of this.
Ms. Landry, if you don't mind, I might ask a piggyback question kind of related to that.
Sure.
So when in other policies we do have specific we have taken some time in other policies to eliminate specific laws, sections, education code, that kind of thing. Is there any danger in specifically listing the global internal audit standards or the IIA, the International Professional Practices Framework? Is there any danger in listing those specifically? I say danger, that's the wrong word, but that we may have to go change that name in the future.
Oh, I understand. No, sir.
To where it's too general or it's too specific. And
it is the major guiding body of internal audit globally. So yes, it's
so when we're saying we're going to reference specific laws and that type of thing,
I think it could be very equivocal to saying like how we commonly is like the State Board of Education or those type of
got it
entities. Yeah. Yes, it's very solid. Yes, sir.
But then we don't want to reference the specific sections within that particular framework.
Correct. Those will change. That's one thing that just changed. That's
Got it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
I would like to move that we table this particular policy for further review and refinement.
I have a motion to table this particular CFC local. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to table CFC local for further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
We have some discussion?
We can have some discussion.
You help me understand. What's the importance of having them done now? Like, why are we doing them now just because it's housekeeping and we're updating this once a year, or is there something specific to your team that's important for us to get it done like sooner versus later?
It's my understanding that I'd say in the level of priority of those, January 2025, all audit shops globally were tasked with providing an update to their internal audit charter to match some new global standards that were out there. And our previous local policy that's been there since 1991 is not in compliance with that. It doesn't mention the things that it needs to mention to be in compliance with that. Secondly, it's my understanding that it is part of this Policy 124 update from TASB. It's
which we get on a regular basis throughout the year. We get two per year, some are responding to legislation that hasn't caught up yet, or whatever it might be, cleaning things up, striking the word designee, that type of thing. So in this particular one, I guess seemed to make sense to bring this because we had changes to the policy.
And may I add, if I could, I don't know if it helps matters, that in the process of updating this, I sent it to our policy
liaison,
thank
whatever
you,
it is,
at TASB, and they have reviewed it and gave it their blessing. It has gone to superintendent and executive staff for their review as well. So TASB has seen this and has approved it.
And is it consistent with other internal audit policies
Yes, ma'am.
across the state?
Yes, ma'am. I met with many of my peers. There's not a ton of internal audit departments throughout the state. Larger districts have internal audit departments. There's a cohort of us that work together closely, meet through TASBO and a variety of things to get together. So we've all been working on ours over the past year, I'd say, coming together in meetings, sharing ideas. And yes, ma'am, I'd say I've seen a handful, and they're all similar, I'd say.
Are you looking to make it thinner?
I would say my question would be what purpose to I guess delay? We've had this for multiple weeks to review. Is there? I mean, if we need to go through it right now, then let's just go through it line by line and get out all the concerns about the questions. Because, I mean, if we again personally, if we table this and we're gonna have the discussion at some point, and we've had multiple weeks to review this, so I'm happy to vote on the motion at this point, but I guess I don't, as an individual, think that either we have the discussion now or we vote to approve or deny it.
Can I ask just follow-on question? Is your thought to make it thinner?
Just to remove, or to clean up some of the, it's very different from our other policies. There's a lot of information in here that is implied and very specific. Following the laws was one specific thing that stood out, and then there was another one about having access to what was it? Having access to the board, and
Can you tell us where that?
okay, so on page 3 of 7 or 18 in our packet, it says individual board members shall have no individual authority to direct audits. Audit selection shall be based on the director's professional judgment. That actually wasn't what I was looking for. I'm sorry, I have no concerns about that.
Are you at the top of page 3 of 7, where it says ensures the director has unrestricted access to communities or communicates? I can't see right now. And interacts
with the board, ensure any such meetings are held in accordance with laws and just some of it. That's to me a little bit redundant, but also seems to be something that would be implied within the job title and the job role, right? Those things are outlined within the role.
I would maybe disagree on that, because the director of internal audit's job description, NEISD, is that what you're meaning? The job description?
Right.
Does not talk about my access to the board. It doesn't grant me the authority and you the authority to manage me as the board corporate, as my bosses. So this is the mandate that allows our relationship and me as your employee to, for us to meet quarterly, to go, all the ins and outs of what we do, in conjunction with your board operating procedures, which mirror this quite a bit. I'll say everything in here, nothing is new that we're not already doing. Maybe that's why you maybe feel a little bit of redundancy possibly, I'm not sure. But this is just putting it in writing. We haven't ever had a policy that actually supports what our relationship is and what my department does. This is officially allowing us to exist and do what we do. Yes, ma'am.
In other words, the way I see it, is that what you're doing or attempting to do is to actually spell out, rather than using implications that it should be implied and it should be this way. You've actually gone into great detail so that there's no more wiggle room, essentially.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. I like it. Mm-hmm. I mean, frankly, I don't like wiggle room, especially when it comes down to finances. I like everything spelled out in great detail.
And it does. It reads like something that you've always been doing, something I'm accustomed to seeing from you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm not trying to attack.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, no.
But it also kind of reads like a job description instead of a policy.
Okay.
And talks about things that should be implied within the position. And
to me, it reads like she's holding herself accountable, and then spelling it out exactly what she's accountable to do. And it's kind of like her bond saying, look, I'm going to be doing this, and which actually, in reality, especially when you're getting down to finances, I want to be able to point back and say, well, you didn't do page 3 of 7. We didn't receive our quarterly communication from the director about the internal audit department, including the performance relative to the audit plan. Sorry, I think I need new glasses. Anyway. So, I mean, I think it's giving a much more clear-cut and decisive document that tells us what to expect. It may read like
There's a lot of verbiage in here that reads as a job description versus a policy for the board. More expectation from a particular person versus a policy that we follow. And also, it kind of comes across as if it's not something that's been done or isn't happening, which is concerning because it sounds like we have a job description and a policy to say that now you can report to us, and it kind of gives me like the sense of something went wrong and we had to write this, or it's less of a policy than it is a job or a department description.
So I guess procedurally right now, we do have a motion on the table and a second to table this. However, if we need to go through this section by section and either strike, add, delete, have that discussion, now is a time to do it. Not saying the time, I'm saying now is a time to do it, although I would argue that now is the time to do it.
I call the question.
All right. So I have a motion on the table and a second to table CFC local for a further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm unsure.
Well,
I mean, I'm looking at it and
it's either an aye or a nay,
I'm going to have to.
or an abstention.
I'm going to have to rescind my second.
Well, hold
Is
on,
that- can I
we're
do
in the
that?
middle of a vote right now, so
Okay,
you
well,
can.
okay, I'm going to say, I'm going
Well-
to say that I think it, because it's giving more of
Okay, right now it's either it's an aye or a nay. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I have one aye. Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay, motion fails 5-1. 6-1. Keep doing that.
Now, in the future, I know this gives her, guidelines and everything else and is policy, but in the future, if Marcia wants to, go through and do this, can we revisit this?
I would argue that we have had this thing for almost a month, and so if we have corrections that we want to make to it, let's have that discussion. I mean, we can always bring this back at another time if there are specific things that we need to talk about, if something's not working or we need to make a change. This has been brought to us to make a decision, and I think we owe it to Ms. Shoesmith and the rest of the district to either make a decision on it, change what we need to change, whether we agree with it or not, have that vote and move on to the next one.
Was there something?
Yep.
Just
I would suggest that we strike ensuring compliance with laws and/or regulations as a start.
Can you give us a
Page 16, 1 of 7, under commitment to global internal audit standards.
I have I guess, why would we want to strike that? I guess I'm not sure why we would want to strike that, yes, why we would want to strike ensuring compliance with laws and/or regulations, since we have that in a lot of other policies.
The expectation and the outcome of the audit would imply that we're going to follow the laws.
Sure.
And it should be an implied.
Is there a harm in spelling it out then?
That's what I was gonna say.
Do you disagree, or you just think it's not typical of the way policies are usually written? I mean, is it wrong?
It's not, I mean, no, I don't disagree that we should follow the laws. But at the same time, we try to keep our policies concise and brief. And again, that's something that's implied and doesn't add to the conciseness of the policy. It doesn't take anything away. It doesn't add anything to it. It's implied and redundant.
May I add some input on that?
Sure, absolutely.
Those 3 bullet points there specifically on the bottom of page 1 leading up to page 2, those are specific from the audit standards so that the audit department will be in compliance with the standards. Those 3 bullet points are required from the Institute of Internal Auditors for us. They're major standards that we follow. So that is, I'll be honest, of all 7 pages, those 3 bullet points are the reason I had to change the policy in January of 2025. They're specifically quoted from the Institute of Internal Auditors in the standards that we are required to work under.
Okay.
Specifically in public, in the public sector.
What's the penalty if we don't meet those standards, if we break the law?
I guess I couldn't really say specifically other than you could not say that your internal audit department is a fully functioning audit department under the global standards that are required.
Those 3 things are implied in the standards, which are part of the job description.
No, not part of my job description, no ma'am.
Kind of implied in the requirements of the job, maybe?
They're implied in the requirements of having an internal audit department for this school district.
See, when, I own a construction company, and when I go pull a permit, in my permit to close it will be rejected if certain, if it doesn't say IRC codes or, the ICC codes or whatever that I'm working with of whatever year it is not written specifically on that engineer's report in order to get my permit closed. There are certain things, especially when you're dealing with governmental entities, that require that you spell it out. You can't just go in and just say, she did the job, da-da-da-da-da. No, you have to spell it out. It is to the standards of this particular code. So, to me, this is saying that we are willing to work within the parameters of a code that's being set forth, and we are required to, follow this code, and we're required to spell it out. They will literally reject a permit if it doesn't have that spelled out on it, or if it even has the incorrect date on it. So I can certainly see why you have to do this, because to be in compliance. So,
and so that would be covered in a policy. That would be covered by stating the district's internal audit department shall adhere to the required elements of the IIA's International Professional Practices Framework, which are the global internal audit standards for internal departments in the public sector.
Yeah, you have to state it. You have to. Anymore,
not in the policy.
But no, in anything that you do, nowadays, you have to state it, that you are willing to comply within a certain parameter. There are guidelines, and they want to know that you are being held accountable for those guidelines. So I can see why she's between a rock and a hard place. If she doesn't spell that out in this policy, then it could just negate everything that she does. That's how I take it, because of what I deal with every day.
Yes, ma'am. It's very similar. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Maybe we can circle back to that. I hate that phrase, circle back, sorry. Come back to that one to see if we can come to some resolution if there's are there any other items throughout the next few pages? I guess page 2. page 3. Page 4. I guess the better question, is that the only thing you have that you want to change? Because I'm on page 5 and I haven't heard anything else from anybody, so.
I'll leave it alone.
Okay. Any other questions on CFC local?
Thank you.
You bet. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Move on to CY local, which is, now we got to jump back down to your other page in your packet. So it'd be page, oh goodness, I can't read that, 42 of your packet.
So I have something. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Ms. Thompson has her
Who's it?
mic
Ms.
on.
Thompson, you have a question?
It doesn't matter who goes first. Okay.
Ms. Thompson.
When we're talking about on CY local, the intellectual property, this probably encompasses a lot of things, but the thing that I want to focus on is this protecting, so we have really awesome employees who have great ideas, and when they do things outside of their contract time, that is their intellectual property and that they own it, and we're just clarifying and saying, like, you don't need to write your instructional materials and sell them on teacher pay teacher during your district time, but you can do that in your evenings. Is that what this is?
So what this policy is stating is more protecting our intellectual property under the scope of employment during your day. So for instance, I'll try to give you an example. If Ms. Caldwell, myself, Mr. Villarreal, and Mr. Jimenez are teachers, and we come up with, I don't know, a certain way that to teach math during the instructional day, and the four of us have all planned this at school and done the work, that's on company time. That's actually intellectual property of the school system. If we gather outside the day and we do this on our own time, the system has no. While you're employees, you're outside the school day. Does that make sense?
It does. I just want to make sure that teachers who have great ideas,
they
run with it after their work hours.
Absolutely, they can do that. That's totally fine. It's about using the resources of the school system and all of this to come up with a thing during your day. So you're using our internet, you're using other people in the room, you're using, things that you've learned through whatever. It's if you're doing it outside the day, you're fine. This doesn't, we're not really talking about you. We're talking about in the day. Okay? Right. On the clock, you're doing it.
Is there break? Is there resource period considered on the day, during the day?
Yeah, that's contract
That's
hours.
okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I was having to think there, but yeah, it's contract hours. So at 8.5 hours.
Okay.
It's contract time. Outside of that,
So even lunch?
Yeah, turn your mic on. Mr.
Apologize for that. Lunch is included. The 8.5 hours includes a 30-minute free, duty-free lunch.
Right, but are they still in contract is the question. Maybe Miss Whitten. I want to make sure I'm right. I don't want to, sorry, it's getting late and my brain never doesn't fire that well after about this time.
The 8.5 hours is their scheduled minimum time that they're expected to be at work. That is duty-free, so they are free from all requirements related to the job. So that would be time, again, they're free during their duty-free lunch.
So it's
within the work schedule as far as their start and end times. They're required to work a minimum of 8.5 hours per day, which
Okay.
includes a duty-free lunch. But that duty-free lunch time means they're free from all obligations
So they
on the
could do
workplace.
something on their lunch hour, and that
Yes.
would be their own.
Yes.
Okay.
But again, Ms. Shelton, and what we talk about is, it's the use of district's resources.
Sure.
Even though you're on, you're still using the
Sure.
resources to
Sure.
gain something, right?
Right.
That's the
Understood.
caveat to it.
Understood.
Any more questions?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. No problem.
My concern is also with intellectual property under students and then employee district ownership. So we say that a student shall retain all rights to their own work created as a part of instruction or using digital technological resources. But then in the next paragraph, we say, as an agent of the district, an employee, including a student employee, shall not have rights to their work, et cetera, et cetera. So my concern there is this: if I'm a student, I'm using district resources, I'm coming up with something, and it's my own. But Miss Landry just happens to be a student employee. All of a sudden, it belongs to the district. That's what this reads.
But, okay, as an agent of the district, an employee, including a student employee, shall have not have rights to work created on district time or using district technology resources. So, again, focus on your,
But
if I'm
Dr. Micah, no.
Sure, okay.
Because listen, we're aligned almost.
Okay.
Or using district resources. That's the key phrase. In students up above, they have a right to their work or using district resources. You see that?
Correct.
So we're saying that I can use district resources as student A
Mm-hmm.
and be okay with it, but Miss Landry, because she's a student employee, cannot use district resources and still have that be hers. That cannot stand.
Why can that not
So
stand?
that's not fair.
If they're getting paid.
If But what I'm,
if they're not on,
if they're not on
paid
duty,
time
I'm
and
still
they're
an
still using
employee,
resources.
then it's not mine.
Oops.
I know what the intent is,
Right.
but the words say,
Sure.
if I am a student employee,
Okay.
I cannot use district resources. So Marcia and I are collaborating. We're not on time. We're using resources because we're in the
Yep.
same CET together. Marcia could not, I'm sorry, Miss Landry could end up not being able to keep that, or that may make it something that we can't use on our own. I think this wording is problematic.
Do you have a suggested revision?
I didn't get that far, but I will.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions or comments about CY?
I would propose striking in paragraph 2 or using district technology resources, and then adding to the second sentence, the district shall own any work or work product created by a district employee using district technology resources or in the scope, course and scope of a district employment, including the right to obtain patents or copyrights.
What if we make it simpler and just change it to, as an agent of the district, an employee shall not have rights to work created on district time or using district resources, period. A student employee shall not have rights to work created on district time using district resources. The comma should help with that. Right?
But you
So they
just-
have to
you
be
just
on
added that
district time.
student
you-
employees.
But if they're on district time using district resources, they should not have the right to it. But if we're in class, we should.
But regardless of what resources they're using, if they're on district time,
They should not.
would not have, so we don't need to complicate or confuse by
Okay.
putting, using district
Voila,
resources.
okay. Okay. So my recommendation for changing it is, as an agent of the district, an employee shall not have the rights to work created on district time or using district technology resources.
a student employee shall not have rights to work created on district time.
I don't have any heartburn over that.
Before we take any action on that, are there any other items on CY that we would want to update or change?
I just had a question on one other thing.
Okay.
Mr. Lopez, is he gone?
Yeah, he is not here.
Oh, okay.
I would love for Mr. Lopez to review our changes, if that's possible.
So, Ms. Chidgey, just so you know, I will send these to TASB, and their legal will review that change, and then if they find it's problematic, they will tell us that it is problematic.
So my next thing is under return of intellectual property. Upon termination or proposal of termination, any blah, 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 blah. And the reason I asked for Mr. Lopez is there a difference when not proposal, recommendation. Is there a difference when we recommend termination versus when someone is terminated? And should we pull our intellectual property back once we recommend termination for them? And I'm at the bottom of that same page, return of intellectual property. Do you see where I am?
The distinction would be between terminating or recommending.
Right, or you're saying the recommendation to terminate.
So I'm saying, that
Right.
upon
That
termination or recommendation of termination.
Should we add that?
Correct. That's the question. But if we don't terminate, we turn your stuff back on. But once we tell you to go home and sit.
Yeah, I don't think we would do that if it's a recommendation, because it takes board action in which to terminate. So what you're saying is, I would go and say, well, I'm going to make a recommendation to terminate someone.
Mm-hmm.
All right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, because we've made it as the district, we're going to start taking everything. But we come to you as the body, and you say, we're not terminating. Now I say, oops.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was thinking of the board.
Does
because
that-
we go back there and we recommend
Right,
termination.
but see,
what I'm thinking of.
that's what would happen.
Yeah,
Do you see
okay.
is, we've made that recommendation,
Right.
so I think it would be presumptive and taking away your ability as the board to determine. See, it's saying, once you terminate, you all have agreed, now we're gonna go and get our stuff. Up to that point, you keep it because you're not terminated.
So go ahead. You're
Should
thinking
we-
just like me today.
Would we add, or should we add, a statement saying upon termination or board recommendation of termination?
But I make recommendations. You all terminate.
Right.
Do you see?
But when you make a
The
recommendation and
example today-
yes, that's exactly.
Oh,
what I'm
like the
thinking
example,
of.
but,
Yes.
so you act
Right?
to do, but then there's that process that they have to follow through on.
And we want them to keep our property while we're going through all that?
I think
Right.
Mr. Lopez will say they have a right, just as you have to continue to pay them through that time.
Okay.
They are still an employee until that final determination.
That's a huge risk, no? Can
but-
we ask the question?
Sure. Oh, I'll ask them it. Absolutely. But again, I try not to play an attorney.
Right.
Especially at 10 o'clock at night. But,
Right, okay.
But I think that would be the argument. Is they are still an employee, and now you're stripping them of things
Understood.
prior to the official act of termination.
So in that interim process, do they retain the school?
Yep. They still have a computer. They still have things because
They
they are
still get to
still
go
an
on
employee.
campus?
Did you want to add something, Ms. Witten? Since you
Moved my way.
snuck to the front?
Yes, so once we present an item to the board and y'all come out after y'all take action for proposed termination, we actually notify technology services to pause their access. So though it's not revoking it completely, it is changing it so they can't log into our systems, and we do collect their laptop while we await any final determination. So those items are collected as well as their badge.
So they do lose access to the school.
It's paused. I mean, so they, of course, still are an active employee in a paid status, but we do limit their ability to log into systems, yes.
Okay.
So then we should have in there upon board recommendation for termination?
But what she's saying
Because-
is, we're here, we're saying revoke, and she's saying they just pause, they don't revoke. They just put the
Right,
date on.
but so if there's some intellectual property and the computers are taken up and the other access is restricted, the intellectual property should be restricted as well, right?
So what I can do is, again, so just so you all know, these are policies that we look at, but these are changes that TASB has sent to us with their recommendations. All right? So there's no change in there, which means TASB's fine with whatever that wording is. They think that's what it should say. So by adding it, and I can ask the question of Mr. Lopez tomorrow, and say, because again, you can change a policy at any given point. TASB is telling you this is what we think should be under the piece with their interpretation of the law and because remember, TASB has their own legal that is reviewing these policies and pushing them to you.
What is the question?
So are you saying that the strikes were done by TASB?
Yes.
Or, okay, I thought they were done, because they're local, I thought they were done by us.
They provide recommended changes.
Okay.
That have been either vetted through their process and our folks have reviewed them, but
We review them, Ms. Chidgey, and sometimes we make some changes, and I think those are highlighted in different colors, correct, Ms. Turner? Is, I believe, the way we do it. These are changes made by TASB, and then if we make any changes, we point those out to you all as well. Okay? But in this case, I don't believe we touched this at all. We accepted it based on what TASB was making a recommendation to us. And the other thing I want to point out to you is, see at the bottom where it says X? That means we touched it as a system and made some changes outside of what TASB says. Okay? Many, many moons ago when Dr. Gibson was here, and I'm talking several years ago, he explained to all of us that you really want to stay away from X policies. You should really make sure, because that's the best guidance and the best information that you're being provided, to try not to get in there. Some policies will always be a little bit like that, but for the most part, X policies, his suggestion anyway, was to minimize those throughout. At least that's what I remember.
So on this particular policy right now, we have a recommended change to employees' district ownership, which was the sentence provided to us, and we will have a follow-up on the, oh goodness, I just lost it. Return of intellectual property from Dr. Micah, who will check with somebody. Any other questions or comments on CY local? All right, DH local. Employee standards of conduct. Do I have any questions or comments?
I have a question.
Yes.
Where does it define, and I may have missed it, what professional standards are? Is that in a piece that's not in here? Because I'm looking at page 2 of 5, and it says all employees shall be held to the same professional standards in their public use, blah, 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 blah. But where do we define that? Just for my own knowledge.
So
I was writing notes to make sure I covered everything on that last policy. My apologies. Where, you're in DH, which page?
46, 205.
Yeah, DH 46, number,
Right, under personal use, it says
Okay.
all employees shall be held to the same professional standards, et cetera. And my question is, where do we define the professional standards of an employee?
Is that in the employee handbook?
So in reviewing this update, noted here we have where these professional standards are really within our administrative regulation, which we've been reviewing that to make edits to define some of these pieces to include professional standards when it comes to their personal use of electronic communication.
So we don't have them yet? Is that what you're saying?
We've been having those discussions about outlining that further in our administrative regulation because we do not presently have an employee handbook. We don't have one in our district.
So we're, okay, thank you.
so Ms. Shelton, what we're doing is we are trying to be very careful about how we define when you can and when you cannot use electronic communications to communicate to kids. So we have a variety of different things. So I look at Coach Parker out there. Coaches use Sports U, all right, to communicate. So what we're toggling between is that versus a sponsor of an organization and how they are to communicate versus fine arts through charms and when this can and can't be. So what we've done, and we had a very long discussion that we didn't actually fully finish today because something came up, but are coming back to it because my concern around this is once we do, we need to go out and communicate it often and widely to all employees regarding what can and cannot be done and what mechanisms you can and cannot use. Because while we may have chosen Sports U, a coach decided that they went to, I don't know, coaching school, saw this app, and they've decided, I don't like this, I'm going to use this instead. We don't really like that because Coach Parker, any kind of communication to anybody in Sports U, Coach Parker can monitor. When we send emails all over this district, we monitor them. We can go in and look. It's when they get outside of that, and that was where a lot of our discussion was, is the safeguards around making certain that people are doing it appropriately. But for instance, one of the suggestions was around time of the day when you can send these. But your kiddo plays volleyball, and hey, if they've got a 6:30 in the morning practice and the coach wakes up at 5:30 and they're sick, but our policy says, hey, you can't communicate until 6, that's going to be problematic. See, so these are the nuances we're working through.
Sure.
To really, my goal would be to fully implement it next school year, thereby giving time for us to train everybody about the proper use of it.
I love that.
Okay?
And that's slightly different, though, than this personal use, because this is defining what I can do in my off time and how I can express myself. We had, 15 people talk about the First Amendment today, right? And the idea of freedom of speech. We are now saying that we are going to prescribe for you, based on what professional standards are, what you can and cannot do when you are not at work.
Sorry, it is late, so
That's okay. No, but that was good.
Misinterpreted that one,
That was good.
Ms. Shelton. So, you all as a board have encountered already this year where these types of things happen. All right? Because while I am the superintendent, but I'm also a private citizen, when things start to substantially interfere with my role, or because I've decided to do something on my own personal accounts, Ms. Whitten, you're welcome to chime in wherever unless I'm missing it, is that you have to understand that you are a public employee, and therefore what you do or don't do out on your personal time can impede on whether you are seen and can do the scope of your job without creating a massive disruption. So we had an issue earlier this year where an employee took to a social platform and created a substantial disruption in the school, right? That's what this is pertaining to. And while the earlier conversation about it being too prescriptive, these are very difficult, but I think this would go back to, I'm assuming, the code of ethics and those types of things, correct?
Yes, sir. And part of our conversation did include not only the electronic communication with students that was noted earlier, but also the personal, communication that you're describing, sir, that an employee has as a teacher or as an educator, any employee in the district with any kind of public post or, private social media pages that they also maintain. So that is also additionally what our conversation was including, was addressing that and defining those professional standards and expectations.
Okay, and that's why defining that is so important.
Yes.
Because I need to know going in, if my love of Winnie the Pooh is going to be an issue.
Correct.
Right.
And Ms. Shelton, it is. And so.
It is?
Now, but it is critical that we define these things. And be as transparent as possible around what can and cannot as laws change.
Right, absolutely.
Right? Like, this is always our battle as things change. So, our intent, again, if we wouldn't have been interrupted today, we will be going back to this policy. But it took us, gosh, I don't know how long we talked about this regulation this morning. Like, it was, of course, a lot of things. It's kind of like tonight. Everything kind of seemed to be a topic this morning that we kept talking about. But this one in particular did garner a lot around. And so I anticipate us finalizing some pieces and then really spending a lot of time articulating that out of the cans and cannots.
I guess, Ms. Shelton, are you comfortable with proceeding as is until such time that gets defined?
I am not comfortable without a definition of what professional standards are, because now we've set someone up to, one, not understand what the rules are, and two, give us a grievance because they're going to say, well, I didn't know what the professional standards are. Like, I think the wording is going to work, but I don't think we can hold people to this without a definition of what it is. Right? So I'm fine with the verbiage. I'm not fine with it going, us cracking the whip on folks if they don't know what professional standards are.
We're not going to do that. That's my point, Ms. Shelton, is we have to get the reg out first. So this is a slow roll out of defining it, getting it done, then articulating it to all the different places. Like we've talked about principal meetings, coaches, fine arts, new teacher orientation, when they have to do all their stuff back to school, like all of these components before we start really clamping down on it. Okay, unless it creates a substantial disruption right now, and we're going to have to deal with those things.
All right.
Do
Any
the
other-
contracts that they sign have a moral turpitude clause in there?
Yes, it does.
So essentially, in the contract they sign, that's telling them what standards they have to meet.
Yes, and we're all held to the Educator Code of Ethics, which is part of DH Exhibit. So that's also within their contract and also within our DH Exhibit.
Well, then why don't we just say that? You're held to the standards of the, that code that you just put in there. Why can't we add that to that?
That is referenced within DH policy, but then it expands a little further to talk about what happens outside of school in the personal use of those things that we described, like social media and other things that could also disrupt school while you're an
Gotcha.
employee.
So what we're trying to do is expand it so that we don't have issues where they do something. Okay, I gotcha. Understood. It's 10:15.
Any, don't point that out. All right. Moving on to EHB local. Any questions or comments? Move on to EHBB, special programs gifted and talented students, EHBB local. Anyone have any questions or comments related to that? I guess questions. All right. FFG local, student welfare, child abuse and neglect. Any questions?
I just had one question about Is this FFG we're on?
FFG, yes.
Or, I guess the oral reports that was added after the last legislative session?
Say that again, please.
The oral part of that. My concern is,
What, can you reference a
oh, sorry, page
section,
number?
page, something?
We're on 2 of 4.
Oh, yes.
I know now that you have to, if someone, you're required by law to report, but you have to give your name and phone number, and now there's an oral component to that. So I guess that's from legislation in the last session, that piece?
I believe that that's a legal component to it.
Okay. Okay. As required by law, so, okay.
Mhm.
All right. Thank you.
Last one, GKA, local community relations, conduct on school premises. Any questions or comments? All right.
Okay, they're talking about vape devices,
Yes.
but I don't see anything in here that specifically has anything to do with alcohol. I missed it? I mean, is there, I'm gonna trust you, it's in there along with, drug use and things like that, right? We have something in there? Employees, kids, okay.
Because I think legally, Chief, you just can't walk around with alcohol, correct? I mean, legitimately, like, isn't there?
There's like an open container that they got away that's usually considered downtown.
Correct, but my point is I think that's why it's not listed in this policy, is because you can't walk into our facility with liquor.
Well, what if it's stashed? What if
Do
it's
what?
stashed in a bag or something?
Dr. Micah.
Yes. Okay.
That's what I was going to say, in the legal portion of that
Mhm.
policy, alcohol is on here.
So there you go.
Fireworks, other
So-
things.
So it's in the
GKA
legal side of it.
Legal. Okay, so it's covered.
This is just,
Yeah.
this is
Okay.
in legal, so this is the component to add vaping and those types of devices. Okay.
Gotcha.
All right.
Okay.
Any other questions about GKA local?
I'll try to abstain.
All right, if there's no other questions about policies at this point, do I have a motion to approve the policies as presented with the recommended changes to CFC local?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Chidgey.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Shelton. All those in favor say aye.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
Ooh. CFC or CY?
It was CFC local. No?
CY was the one with the students in the working.
Oh, that was CY. I'm sorry, yes.
Oh, see.
I wrote it on the wrong line.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve the policies as presented to us, including changes to CY local as presented. Ms. Chidgey, you still?
I still
motion?
so moved.
Ms. Shelton, second.
Absolutely.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you all very much for getting through that. Item B, business services, possible action regarding extension of depository contract. Mr. Villarreal.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Mike, executive staff, and guests. Tonight, we bring you an extension request for our depository contract with Wells Fargo. After the 2-year term, we would have to rebid, but the initial bid that we brought in 2019 allowed for 3 2-year extensions. I can answer any questions.
Say everybody was provided with the, I guess, was it resolution or document to review?
Is there anybody else that we can use as a bank other than Wells Fargo?
The last time we bid it out, we didn't have there's not a lot of players anymore in doing business as far as the size that we require. So, I mean, we'll rebid it, but we didn't have that many takers the last time. Is there a particular issue, or? We haven't had any issues with them. I know there was a question, I guess 2 years ago, when we brought it that time about Wells Fargo and their reliability and the ability to provide. There's a lot of things that they do that we require them to do, state law requires them to do, to be able to back all the monies that we go through. It's mainly a clearinghouse for a lot of our bills, so it's not like we have all our money in there. We're just flowing through our day-to-day business, so we fund them while they pay. So, but I'm not sure that's the answer you're looking for. But yes, I mean, when
Well, there were some shenanigans going on over there. This has been, matter of fact, they were sued radically because they were, doing some things they shouldn't have been doing. And I'm just concerned about things like that.
Right, and we have safeguards in place. Like I said, I mean, they have to put up a lot of requirements that we ask for as far as monies. If we do have monies in there, they have to supply us with the backing. So
you're talking about hard assets, like
well,
or
yeah, I mean, banking regulations make it to where they have to have the securities to be able to back up what we put in there, and that goes with any bank that we do business with. I think the thing you were questioning, I think, was those personal lines that maybe 4 years ago that they were sued for. I haven't heard of any of the business side of it. I think in the Northeast part that there was some issues with regulators looking at what they were doing as far as personal accounts. But I've never come across anything having to do with business accounts in the United States, much less in Texas.
have you looked at their financials to make sure that they're actually viable?
Yes,
And if
ma'am.
they're
I
not
mean, and
just on a bubble of
it's-
derivatives ready
right.
to explode?
No, and it's not just us. I mean, that's a banking regulation. The regulators look at them really closely, and all banks. I mean, they look at all investment types, and they look at all entities that do business as a bank. So yes, the regulators, they have to submit, and they get looked at constantly to make sure that they're a stable company. The collateral they have for us is we're covered because they put collateral up for whatever monies that we put in. So
Oh, they put up the collateral?
yes, yeah, and then that's the way all banks work as far as business accounts. They have to have certain collateral to cover any losses.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, no other questions. Do I have a motion to approve the...
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Hang on, I gotta read it. Approve and sign the resolution extending a depository contract with Wells Fargo N.A. I had a motion by Ms. Shelton, second by Ms. Thompson, correct?
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7-0. Item C, operations. 1, possible action regarding transportation adjustments for the 2025-2026 school year. Ms. Caldwell.
Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests, I'd like to welcome our Executive Director of Transportation, Bill Harrison, to make the presentation.
Just President Byer, Board of Trustees, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests, good late evening to you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to you for a few moments tonight as I share some recommendations for some transportation adjustments for the 2025 to 2026 school year. And I'd like to take it back to the board meeting of December 9th, where the Efficiency Committee made 2 recommendations. And I'd like to draw your attention to number 2 up there, which is continue to streamline the efficiency of our bus routes by reviewing campus start times and bus stop locations. And of course, this all kind of stems from our balanced district scorecard 4.2. Our district will continually look at, systematically evaluate programs, practices, and procedures for effectiveness and efficiency. In January and February, our routing team met 5 times to review several scenarios in response to the committee's recommendation, taking a look at different situations. And we came away with being able to, we feel, improve the efficiency of our bus routes and still maintain timely transportation by implementing the following 25-26 recommendations for this 25-26 school year. On the left-hand side, you'll see adjust the bell times for the elementary school campuses, middle school, and high school campuses by 5 minutes. Adjust the bell time at the Northeast Alternative Center, NEIAC, to match the high school bell schedule, and to minimize the middle school and high school bus stops inside the gated communities. So let's talk first about the bell time adjustment. If you look on the left-hand side, that's the current schedule of our early, late elementaries, middle school, and high school. So back up to the early elementary. Currently it's 7:30 to 2:45, and our recommendation is to move it to start 5 minutes earlier, 7:25, and of course getting out 5 minutes earlier at 2:40. There's no change that we propose for the late elementary school campuses. With middle school, we currently have an 8:25 start time, and we propose that to move to 8:30, and of course the day would go 5 minutes longer to 3:45. For high school, right now the bell rings at 8:50, and we propose to move that to 8:55 with a 4:20 bell instead of 4:15. And what that does, you'll see the note at the bottom there, that buys us really between the elementary and the middle school 10 minutes of time. And we could be in a lot of places in 5 or 10 minutes with our school buses, especially with a lot of the traffic around the area. So I wanted to point that out. What does this accomplish for us? The extra 10 minutes, as I just mentioned, allows us additional stops to be added to our existing routes. Those additional stops have a cumulative effect that enables at least 3 routes to be eliminated in the AM across the districts and 2 routes in the PM. And of course, the extra 10 minutes now improves our on-time arrival rate. For NEIAC, the Alternative Center, the current schedule is kind of in between the middle school and high school. It's 8:35 to 4 o'clock, and we recommend matching the high school schedule at from 8:55 to 4:20. What does this do? Well, bullet point number 1, the adjusted bell schedule will allow our buses assigned to the NEIAC to handle 3 tiers of transportation versus just 2 tiers. Let me just describe that. We have several buses that go to Alternative Center, and most of them can just do an elementary campus, and then they're heading out to either a middle school or high school campus or a couple of campuses to transfer, pick up students and transfer them down to the Alternative Center. By moving that bell schedule to a little bit later, now that bus can do an elementary, a middle, and then still do the NEIAC transportation. So I'm getting pretty efficiency, getting a lot of efficiency out of that with 3 tiers of transportation. In the afternoon, now with that bell ringing at 4:20, we've the last couple of years been able to use some of the high school coaches to help us drive some of those routes. They love those shuttles, so that will be a good opportunity for coaches to be able to help us drive the NEIAC shuttles. And then this adjustment also improves our on-time arrival. And the last portion is to minimize the middle school and high school bus stops inside our gated communities. This will eliminate a little over 100 bus stops that are currently inside our gated communities. The time spent inside gated communities varies, but it ranges from about 6 to 15 minutes. And the review of Smart Tag, which is our bus rider tagging system, that data shows that we're transporting about 250 middle school students and about 200 high school students from those gated communities. And you probably received in your packet a listing of all the gated communities. There's about 70 subdivisions in the NEISD that have gated entrances. Almost 30% of those subdivisions already have stops outside of those gates. The remaining subdivisions do not have a reasonable stop near an entrance, so buses, need to stop inside. But the number of stops varies just on the size of the community. And 6 out of 10 in our research over the last month, 6 out of 10 area school districts do not go inside gated communities already. What does this do? By eliminating the gated stops inside the gated community, reducing time spent inside these gated communities will allow our buses to take on some additional stops because we're bound by time. So if they're spending 7 or 8 less minutes inside the gated community, they can go into another area or pick up an apartment complex and get our buses to maximum efficiency. Those additional stops have a cumulative effect also that will help us take 3 routes off the road in the AM and 2 routes in the PM. And the extra time, again, improves our on-time arrival. Here's an example. This is up north on 281, just north of Marshall Road. And I just draw your attention to the yellowish, goldish gated community on the right. And you'll note that there's those little dots, stops 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Those are our bus stops inside that community. I can't pull it out of that community. There's not a safe place on the access road to 281 because there's a freeway off-ramp right there, and there's not a safe place inside the gate for me to turn that bus around. The roads are tight, a lot of trees, so I got to be safe. So we will not pull out of that gated community. However, on the left-hand side, where you see the reddish, pinkish area where you see stops 4, 5, 6, and 7, we propose just having one stop kind of in between stops 4 and 6, where you see that there, one stop right there. That will save us probably 8 to 9 minutes of time in that community, still picking up those kids. And then that blue section where you see kind of that smaller area, stops 2, 3, 4, and 5, that's along Mountain Lodge and Wilderness Oak. We propose having the stop right on Wilderness Oak right there, where those students walk right out the gate, right to Wilderness Oak for the stop. I'm sorry?
So all of Mountain Lodge will go to Wilderness?
Well, yeah, so there's a couple of routes that are up there. We're already stopping on Wilderness Oak on a lot of other routes. I just put that up there as an example. As you see, stop 7, that's the same bus. That's already a stop on Wilderness Oak, or excuse me, on Mountain Lodge.
So how far would the child have to walk that lives the furthest away? So there's just that one stop now on Wilderness? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no.
You're not going to go in the neighborhood at all?
We haven't moved anything yet. That's just our proposal. So this is currently what we're doing. So that's all probably a third of a mile to maybe a half mile. Could be a quarter mile. I don't know exactly on that.
Lodge?
I'm sorry?
I just feel like Mountain Lodge is big, and the walk.
It is. It's
so
huge.
we've been stopping for years. There's a community called Tuscany Heights, which is across the street from Tuscany Heights. See where in the yellow stop 7? You see that?
Yeah.
That's on Mountain Lodge right there. We've been stopping there for years and picking kids up already.
So just let me be clear. You were saying that right now you have all of these stops and you're just going to have one in Mountain Lodge? Is that what you're saying? Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Yeah, I may have misspoke. That I don't want to confuse it. So where you see in the blue, that's actually Wilderness Oak, where you see on the left where it stops 2, 3, 4, and 5. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's Mountain Lodge.
That's Alpine. That's Alpine Lodge.
Oh, right. It is.
And they will come out to Wilderness Oak and stop. And we have other buses across the street. We're stopping on Wilderness Oak. There's an apartment community right there across the street. It's not on the map, but right there, right by Tuscany Heights.
Mrs. Chigi, in your packet, you have a list of the gated communities, the ones where we are making no changes and the ones that we are recommending changes. And it says for Mountain Lodge that we are currently having 6 stops inside, and we would reduce it to 2 stops inside. And that's in your packet
So
as a
you
handout.
will go inside?
That was a recommendation for Mountain Lodge,
Okay.
yes. So I wonder if we're
Yeah.
using the correct terminology for the neighborhoods in those areas. If you would be so kind as to see if there's maybe an adjacent committee to Mountain Lodge that is in addition to that blue area, which could be the other one that you were describing, Bill, where we're stopping.
Yeah, I don't have that route up there. I just put these up as samples to just kind of show, the where we can safely go in and where we can safely reduce stops.
Okay, so what I see is there's currently 6, and you're going to go to 2.
Yes, ma'am. That's a recommendation.
I'm just saying it's big in there. That's probably, I'm sure it's not 2 miles, but.
Yeah, are you talking about for the blue area? I am. Okay. Yeah, I can tell you, I didn't measure that portion, although I can tell you in the red area, from the front entrance to back to where stop 5 is, it's about a mile in that area. That's why I'm using, in the blue area, it's a lot less than that. It's probably a third of a mile in there. Okay. So in transportation, we recommend any approved changes be implemented for the 25-26 school year. And transportation will support any district-wide effort to communicate the changes to the parents via our Smart Tag system or even our own Route Finder system. We can communicate with bus riders about the bell schedule. Smart Tag and our routing system can also communicate via email with riders in the gated communities. We can pick it up, by certain stops. We can get pretty narrowed down with the communication with that. And again, a reminder of the district scorecard to systematically evaluate programs, practices, and procedures for effectiveness and efficiency. And some other ways we're always looking at trying to be efficient. We're always looking at hazardous routes. Parents bring stuff up. Our drivers bring things up. So we're always looking at, with all the road construction, where can we move a stop to? Those are just things we do on a day-to-day basis to try to make sure that we're providing safe transportation. And currently we're getting ready actually to pilot a bus rider registration program for our middle school and high school students for this coming year. In fact, that registration will open up around May 1. And then our facility steering committee, we're looking at buying some smaller capacity 14-passenger minibuses. You don't need a CDL to drive those. So with our driver shortage, that could be helpful to us. Several districts have bought a lot of those. So we're looking to see if that could help us be a little bit more efficient by having some non-CDL drivers drive those. We have 4 of those buses now that we've had for about 3 years, so we're going to take a look at some of that. I'd like to thank you for your consideration, and then just as a reminder, we're looking to adjust the bell times for elementary, middle, and high school by 5 minutes with a savings of almost $84,000. Adjust the bell time at the alternative center just to match the high school bell schedule, and then to minimize middle school and high school bus stops inside gated communities, again with a savings of almost $84,000. And I'll be happy to answer any of your questions, even if you want me to go back to the map, I guess.
Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it. You mentioned a few times in there about on-time arrival. Thank you. Do you have kind of on a daily basis, is there an average percentage that we're not on time?
Yeah. With Smart Tag, which we've used for about 3 years, but for the last 6 months, basically since the school year started, we've been able to track that. We're not doing it daily. However, I'm working with Deb on a project where it probably takes an hour to get that information for us.
Sure.
But we hope when we kick off the new school year. But I track January, February, and March.
Right.
And this is just the morning. The afternoon is a little bit more difficult. We're on time 91% of the time for the elementary schools.
Okay.
My personal goal is 95% of the time.
Yeah.
We're on time 90% of the time to the middle schools and 88% of the time for the high schools. So as the morning goes, a little bit more traffic,
Sure.
get a little bit more time. Now, if we do nothing more than to have this bell schedule, our routes kind of stay the same, and we'll be a little bit more on time, because we want to get those kiddos there to either have breakfast or to, chat with their classmates. The best example I can give is at Reagan High School. We have most of our buses scheduled to get to Reagan 8:30, 8:35. The bell rings at 8:50. We have buses that don't pull in until 8:45, 8:48, but they're sitting at the back of Reagan off of Huebner for 15 minutes just in the traffic back there, So that's been that way for years.
Okay.
Johnson's the same way coming up Bulverde and Evans. We struggle to get in there on time.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Ms. Thompson?
I know we cannot solve the world's problems, but is there some way that when we implement this, that we can communicate and can educate, kind of like we've done Click It Close, but just to remind people like, that you cannot go around a bus? Because I see that these stops are on pretty major roads. I mean, Blanco Road, Evans, people are going fast. So just like educate people, remind them, gentle reminders.
Yeah, those are, all that kind of stuff is, I love that kind of stuff where we could have those reminders. We have had stops on Blanco, Huebner, Wilderness Oak,
Right.
Stone Oak for years. And, fortunately, we haven't had any big issues. But, it's all in the sakes of trying to, I'm bound by time and distance. I've got to be able to pick kiddos up and get them there.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Ms. Cox? And we'll go with Ms. Shelton. Sorry.
Thank you very much for
Your
the
cup is in the way.
presentation. Sorry, my turn? Okay. My concern is with the smaller vehicles. I know it's a good way to maybe help alleviate the driver situation. Have other districts use? My concern is people don't see the school bus. They drive in the back of the school bus.
Yeah.
So, because of
Well,
whatever's going on, so.
Apologies, but if you're talking about that bullet point he had about
Mhm.
we're not discussing that part of the
Okay.
program
Okay.
here
All right.
tonight.
Okay, so I'm not allowed to ask questions about.
You can ask questions, but I would suggest that we stay focused on the topic of the bus routes and that.
Okay.
this
Well,
evening.
just to your point, if we use those, I just wondered if there was any sort of research if those are less safe than your traditional school bus.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any differences. We would be concerned, I'm concerned about the big buses, just as Thompson brought up,
But
we do a
Bill,
stop arm,
But the big difference between our buses and the little ones, or multi-passenger vehicle, is the multi-passenger vehicle can go into places that our buses simply cannot. And that's
correct.
part of what Bill's challenge. Because
Yeah.
as he has explained to me for years, you don't want buses backing up. We're okay with a single-passenger vehicle backing, or a multi-passenger vehicle backing up.
Yeah.
Right?
Correct, yeah. And the best example I can give of that is in Greystone Ridge right off of Blanco and Huebner. It's about 1.25 miles all the way back. And I think for both middle school and high school, we pick up 2 kids. It's 10 or 15 minutes all the way back. But those kids are deserving of transportation. With elementary, we're sending a Yukon in there that the board approved 2 years ago for Vineyard Ranch. We carry 4 or 5. The Yukon can hold 6. I think we carry 4 or 5 in the morning and the afternoon, because it's for a bus to go back there and go over all the speed bumps. The Yukon can get in and out of there pretty quickly. That's the type of stuff. And then a minibus, if I have a handful of those, they can either be used as an additional sped bus, or they can go into some of these other communities where it's a little easier to get in and out of.
Thank you, Ms. Shelton.
To both of you and Ms. Caldwell, thank you so much for this. The Facilities Committee, my 2 reps said this was one of the things that they recommended, and so I appreciate you hearing them. One was a mom, one was a community member,
Sure.
and creating something that's robust. And I appreciate you being innovative in your approach to getting our children where they need to be safely and quickly. So thank you both for that. The only recommendation, and you probably are already doing this, but this will be a change for for several schools and bus stops, is maybe we can enlist the schools to help us with, remember those great maps y'all did when we were doing closures about like your bus stop is here now, just to kind of help folks as they get acclimated to, my bus stop is no longer here, it's over here. It's just,
Yes, ma'am.
That's an excellent idea.
Yeah, we presented to the principals last week.
okay.
And we stressed that the district communication, would guide everybody else's, but that we would ask for them to share the district communication just as Bill would share it through the smart tag system.
Yeah.
So we definitely did that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
this is awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Landry, you had a question? Any other questions, comments, Ms. Villarreal?
I'm assuming, just logic, that we would be saving a lot more than the $83,735 because of wear and tear.
Yes. And,
So-
and there could be more opportunities. When I combine the bell schedule change and if we're able to pull out of some of these communities or at least minimize the stops, you see the net effect there. But we're already working on it behind the scenes, but I can't act on it yet. And of course, we're talking about next school year, but we have 217 bus routes in the afternoon. We have it's 210 or 211 in the morning, just because we're carrying more kids in the afternoon. My personal goal is to get down to 200 in the morning and 210 in the afternoon. That's not on here because it'll take us all summer to try to figure that out. If I can do that, we'll save a lot more, but I'm comfortable with the numbers that are up there right now.
Are the parts to these buses, when you're doing replacement, are they going up in price along,
Yes, yeah.
brakes, tires, things like that?
Yeah, dramatically.
Dramatically?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's probably a really low estimate on what you can actually save then.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, if not, thank you very much for the presentation. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Caldwell. Do I have a recommendation? Do I have a motion to approve the recommended adjustments as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Landry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7-0. Item D, consent. 1, instruction and campus administration, approval of T-PESS Appraiser. 2, business services. A, bid items. B, over 50,000 purchases. C, waiver of penalties and interest. 3, corrected minutes from December 9th, 2024 meeting. 4, minutes from March 2025. 5, end of consent. Do I have a trustee wanting to pull any item for discussion? Ms. Shelton.
I would like to pull approval of T-PESS appraisers, $50,000 purchases, and bid items, please.
And bid items?
Yes, sir.
Okay, anyone else?
She got it.
Okay, all right, seeing no other, do I have a motion to approve consent items 2C and 3, 4, and 5?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7-0. All right, item 1A, approval of T-PESS appraiser, Ms. Shelton.
So this is just a question, I guess, Ms. Witten or Mr. Jimenez. I wasn't quite sure what this meant. This person is the only one to evaluate our principals? Or maybe I didn't.
So currently, we have 3 executive directors for school administration who evaluate principals. As you all are aware, one of our executive directors is going to be leaving us at the end of this week. And we need to finish the cycle of the end-of-year evaluations for those principals. And so we would like to bring in somebody in contract with somebody who is a former employee of ours who evaluated principals but we need board approval to have them do that.
Any other questions about item 1A? All right, do I have a motion to approve item 1A of
So
consent?
moved.
Thank you, Ms. Shelton. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Chigi. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Item passes 7-0. Item 2, Business Services A, bid items. Ms. Shelton.
So, Mr. Villarreal, I have just on the RFPs, and I apologize. We are saying we're going to spend up to, not that we're going to necessarily spend all.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Any other questions? All right. Motion to approve 2A bid items.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Shelton. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7-0. Item 2B, over 50,000 purchases. Ms. Shelton.
Mr. Villarreal, what happens if we don't approve this money? So I'm looking that, this font is much smaller than when I was looking at it on my computer, that we needed like an additional $225,000 for Pilgrim's Pride, and we need another $250,000 for legal, or for bilingual emergent, we need $44,000. If we say no today, does anything stop?
Well, it depends on how much is left in their purchase orders. Some of them might still have some money left, but we're calculating and we're estimating what we might need to get us to June 30th. So initially, we brought you some numbers in June, and when the bills start coming through and the purchase order starts getting lower, we come back to you all and say, hey, we might need X amount. And we deal with all the different departments to make sure, is this what you might need? So we can bring that to you. But initially, the initial amounts were brought to you all back in June for approval. So we're just trying to finish out the school year, and that's why we put down, we may need X dollars. I mean, it's not precise because we don't want to be precise and then we still need more, so we're going to have to come back in June and say, hey, oops, we still need 10,000 or whatever. But what you're saying is if we don't approve it, so as soon as they hit that range that you all approved, then we have to stop. I mean, we can't pay for something, or we can't have them perform any work if there's no money for it.
So 2 questions. Are you just seeking approval to increase the amount of the purchase order that is in place for the vendors on the sheet?
Well, no, not and some of these, they're new items. They're not like construction management. That's a new purchase. If you look at it, we're using Title I funds, so that's new. Some of these other ones, we're just extending current purchase orders. So is there one in particular you're looking at? Because, yeah, the first one, if you look at construction management, that's new. That's not something we did back in June.
Right. So I wasn't familiar with that one. The ones at the bottom I knew we had already done. So I was trying to understand, 1, if you're just trying to extend the purchase orders, and 2, if we have money already allocated, is there money in the budget to pay for it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I know, I'm getting there. This is money that's been budgeted. If we needed more money, we'd bring you a budget amendment.
Okay.
So this is in the budget.
Okay. Thank you. You were prepared. I appreciate it.
Well, I was
Would you
just
like
going
to
to
say anything
say,
since you're
whenever
standing
you
there?
see in the notes, if it says purchases over 50,000 require board approval, that means it's a new purchase. And then anything that starts with a month and the year that says the board had already approved this is an extension.
Well, and since I have you, what is this new purchase for furniture, and what is the new purchase for, well, I won't ask about that one because that may be.
Actually, that furniture purchase is Mr. Jarrett. That's the line item number 1, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
So that is Title I funds, and essentially it is allowing us to create a space within a classroom to create small group instruction. And so teachers will be able to pull kids into small group and have privacy so kids aren't distracted and can focus on their learning needs. So that's what that is.
Are we doing it at more than one school?
We are piloting this at a couple of schools. And so it is, we're gonna walk this slow, but we want to show proof of concept, but yes, it's really to get more intimate work where the kids can get more one-on-one attention.
Okay.
So this is something that I've talked to you all about in the pilot that we worked with TEA on. So it's
Mhm.
at 2 campuses.
That's gonna be very
So
good.
this is what's getting prepared to do it.
Is it one of those in SMD too?
Yep.
How about SMD 3?
Any other questions about the 50,000 purchases? All right, do I have a motion to approve?
I'm
Oh, I'm
sorry,
sorry,
I
Ms.
have a
Thompson has a
question,
question, yes.
On the instructional technologies, so we approved $80,000 and an additional $750,000 is needed. Is that 750 in the IMTA account already? Like it's already there?
Yes, so all the instructional material things have to go through an approval process outside of us. And then I think it's TA, releases those funds to us in order to go ahead and make these purchases. So the initial 80,000 was looking at this Intech Southwest. We looked back at in June and said, okay, what do we normally spend with Intech Southwest and what is it for? And so when we did the 80,000, it's just district-wide miscellaneous accessories and computer parts and equipment. But when you get a special project, that's why we're adding this, because we're choosing to use Intech Southwest for this particular project, which is being funded through IMTA. Christy, you have more?
You did a fantastic job.
Okay. I mean, it was just due to a special project that we're gonna spend 750,000. Okay.
Replacing desktops.
Oh,
Yes.
goodness.
Desktops,
Okay.
computers.
For teachers and students?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Technology. Desktop computers. Yep. And they're only in computer classroom labs. Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? All right. If not, I have a motion to approve item B, over 50,000 purchases.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Shelton. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Item passes 7-0. Item 14, reports. A, interim financial and management reports. B, awarded bid report. C, federal grants report. D, open records request report. Those have been provided to you. 15, discussion and possible action regarding board members' requests for items to be placed on a future agenda and/or requests for reports from the administration. Do I have a trustee looking to ask for
Me.
something? Ms. Villarreal, yes.
Me. Okay. Today, a couple came in and they talked about our curriculum, and this was over the calculus class, and that really concerned me. It sounded like, and I would like somebody to either give me a report or give us a report and tell us what is going on. And
So you're going to get an email in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Jarrett, I sent him an email or sent him a text as they were speaking, and so you're going to get, because I had asked him I'd like something to send to you all in the morning to discuss that. So we will send you that, Ms. Villarreal,
Okay.
sometime tomorrow.
Does that work?
Okay.
And then once we all have a chance to read that, we can, if there's
We can
something else.
decide what
If
to
there's
do.
something else that has to come up, then we'll have that
Okay,
discussion.
yeah, because that was really not cool, yeah. Okay.
Anyone else?
Mine was the same one.
Same thing, Ms.
Oh,
Gigi?
sorry.
Ms. Shelton?
I would like to know, and I guess Mr. Villarreal, I would love to know the cost of the proposals that Selena recommended. The creative, I forget what she called it, creative salary, creative.
So, Ms. Shelton, Mr. Villarreal was unable to be at our executive staff this morning. That was actually an item for us to discuss. So we haven't even had a chance yet to sit down with it. So if you would give me an opportunity to sit and meet with them and go through some stuff, what I wanted to do was tackle, because I spoke to Susie about one definitively, and she was like, I don't know why we hadn't. That's a great idea. So we just need time to work through them, and then I can, with budget coming up, I figured I had a little bit of time, but I would go through those with you all. Would that suffice?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other requests? All right. Seeing none, item 16, adjournment, and the time is 10:58 PM.